to Jimmy. See if we can get the answer. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, buddy. All right, what is the title of the song, please?
You got the look.
You got the look.
I remember her version.
Her version was You Got the Look. You got the look. Sure enough to be cooking in my book. But Roxette was You Got the Look. You've got the look. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
You got the look. You got the look. Yeah. You got the look. Oh, no, wait. Now we're singing Def Leppard.
Video vamp.
You got the look. You got the look. You got the look.
Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Well, Jimmy got it right.
Right.
And
Who's Jimmy? Yeah.
And we're going to set him up with 4-pack of tickets for the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair, August 19th through August 29th in Manheim, PA. And you can get, or through October 29th.
Roxette's playing there.
You can get ready for living the excitement and the adventure of Jousting Nights and Royal Delights. You can buy advance tickets at parenfair.com.
You're hanging with Preston and Steve, the two wildest DJs in Philadelphia.
I love that.
Wait a minute. And then they progressively changed. Hang on. Here's the next.
You're hanging with Preston and Steve, the two tallest DJs in Philadelphia.
And then there was.
You're hanging with Preston and Steve, the two tannest DJs in Philadelphia.
Tannest DJs. And then.
You're hanging with Preston and Steve, the two fattest DJs in Philadelphia.
All right, there's two more.
You're hanging with Preston, the coolest DJ in Philadelphia.
And Steve.
And then one more.
You're hanging with
Preston.
and Steve, the most charming and promiscuous man in Philadelphia. Guard your women. He's known to mix Viagra and cocaine. But don't worry, ladies. He's got a defibrillator in his backpack.
Love it.
God. Thank you, Andy Samberg and the Lonely Island fellas.
Happy birthday.
All right, let's get in some of the entertainment stories. We're going to start with Jamie Foxx. He provided fans with a health update on Wednesday following the, of course, undisclosed medical complication that left him hospitalized in April and recovering for months afterwards. He shared a photo of himself leaning on a wall wearing a knitted hat and sunglasses and holding a pair of red Crocs. He said, "You're looking at a man who is thankful, finally starting to feel like myself. It's been an unexpected dark journey, but I can see the light," he wrote. Celebrities took to the comment section to share their support. Jeremy Renner, of course, who suffered his own near-death experience at the beginning of the year, commented, "Bless you, my friend," with a couple of red heart emojis. And Megan Good wrote, "Love you, my brother," alongside prayer hands emoji. So
it's amazing.
We still don't know.
Yeah, we do. We do not know. There are some conjecturing going on. There is some conjecturing going on that it had to do something with a mild stroke, but whatever. He sounds good. He's making the rounds. He looks good. So this is great.
Yeah.
Well, that was the original report was stroke, right?
Well, he was in a center that was known for treating stroke patients.
I would assume that's what it was still, but we have to wait for official word from him, and maybe
he's not compelled to tell anyone if he doesn't want to.
Yep. Pamela Anderson is embracing the freedom that comes from not wearing makeup.
Me too.
The Baywatch star explained her decision to take a more natural route in an interview with Elle.
Oh,
jeez.
You're
my
beautiful.
God.
You're beautiful.
Put some on.
It was published on Thursday. Speaking about her makeup artist, Alexis Vogel, who died in 2019 due to breast cancer, she said she was the best. And since then, I just felt without Alexis, it's just better for me to not wear makeup. She added that she finds it freeing and fun and a little rebellious, too.
Did you watch her documentary?
No.
It was a collection of videos that she actually had, acquired over the years from all the way back in Canada, and it was actually really well done.
She said, "I think we all start looking a little funny when we get older, and I'm kind of laughing at myself when I look in the mirror. I go, wow, this is really what's happening to me." And it's a journey, she said, and but she's happy being au naturel.
She's glappy.
Yeah, she's glappy. Clap your hands. Paul Mescal, the actor, wants to maintain some sliver of privacy despite being in the public eye.
Who is he? I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know.
We're able to leave him alone. We don't know who he is.
I looked him up. He looks vaguely familiar to me. He's going to be in Gladiator 2.
Okay.
I think he's the star of the
Electric
film.
Boogaloo.
I'm not sure, but he told Harper's Bazaar in an interview that he feels angry with fans' entitlement when it comes to his personal life.
Shut up.
He said, if I'm going to make TV shows like normal people, there's going to be an appetite from the world.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
Make TV shows like normal people?
The show is called Normal People.
Oh, okay. Like normal people don't make TV shows.
Yeah, I didn't understand the context there.
Sorry. It's in italics
Quotes.
where I'm reading
Normal
this.
people.
Normal people.
Normal people don't.
He said 80% of that is palatable, and then 20% of it is devastating.
What the hell are you talking about?
He was in a high-profile relationship with singer-songwriter Phoebe Bridgers,
Oh, nice.
and told the Hollywood Reporter in February that their breakup was too difficult to talk about. He said, the stuff that hurts is the personal stuff. It's nobody else's business and should never be commented on because it's indecent and it's unkind.
All right, so I don't necessarily think he's got a ton of credits that
Merit this kind of reaction?
Well, but he's got 8 upcoming projects.
All right.
So like his last credit is a movie that came out in 2022 called Carmen. And I'm just going.
I don't think I want to see it.
And then going through his credits, like I don't know what the freak Normal People is, but he was in 12 episodes of that. But
It also says the Lost Daughter actor.
yeah, I don't know who
the
the freak that is, but he does have some things coming up that perhaps will.
Oh, Normal People. I watch Normal People.
Oh, you do?
Did you
Yes,
like it?
It was very good.
Was he good?
Yes.
Are you
he
prepared to
was.
leave him alone?
I am prepared to leave him
Now,
alone.
do you watch Normal People, the show, or do you just go places and watch
Normal
people?
people?
Listen, that's entertaining.
entertaining,
just
isn't it?
watching Normal People, but I did watch the show Normal People.
You know what I do like to do? So I'm going to the airport today.
People watch?
People watch.
Yeah, it's great.
I absolutely
I love it, yeah.
to. I try to make up a little scenario of who's doing what, where they're going.
Especially at the airport.
Yeah,
Try to
you
figure out
see
their story.
All of humanity at the airport. Yeah.
But so in Gladiator 2, he is the 4th person billed, it looks like. So it goes Denzel, Pedro Pascal, Connie Nielsen, and then
He's Lonnie.
Paul. He's Lonnie.
Jug Dash
his
Lonnie.
best friend Jug Dash.
Yeah.
This is Marcus Aurelius. This is Lonnie.
So he concluded by saying, honest answer, it makes me angry. It's the entitlement to the information that people expect that
He
just
needs to shut up.
drives me effing mad. So it's getting into his personal life.
Though, in his defense, he was asked this question during an interview.
Sure.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So
lay off him.
You mentioned Denzel. In a recent interview with Entertainment Weekly, Denzel Washington and Dakota Fanning talked about working together on The Equalizer 3 for the first time since 2004's Man on Fire. Does anybody remember Man on Fire?
I do, yeah.
What was that about?
He was protecting her.
Dakota Fanning, is that
Yeah,
what we're talking
yeah,
about?
yeah.
And Denzel? Yeah, that was a good movie. It was really tense.
All right.
And their
He was on
dynamic
fire.
their dynamic was terrific. It was sort of a Die Hard meets Taken.
Okay.
With a little bit of Hulk.
So Washington revealed that the pair have stayed in touch
All right, okay, I'm turning green.
vicariously since then. Fanning, who went to New York University with one of the Training Day actors' daughters, said, I've obviously, known Denzel for a big part of my life, and one of his daughters is one of my closest friends, so I'm always in the loop.
You know what? Denzel is great in just about everything. Even that movie that he was in with Russell Crowe, where Russell Crowe was sort of a in the computer. Do you remember this movie?
No.
Russell Crowe is sort of it's almost like Lawnmower Man. This guy is created and he becomes self-aware and he's able to move through computers and do all this stuff. And it's a preposterous concept, but
That character is fantastic. All right, so here is the strangest story from the Entertainment Report that we've had in quite a while. An actress named Crystal Finn. All right, so she was in the 4th season of Succession. I looked her up. She was only in one episode. She played a character called Lauren Pawson. I haven't gotten to that part of I'm in the 4th season now.
All right.
So anyhow, she told the San Francisco Chronicle recently that she was attacked by otters while visiting Plumas National Forest in Northern California last month.
And she's not the only one. Otters have attacked people before.
I think this is the first celebrity to be attacked by otters.
Marlon Brando.
Or actors. She said,
What is this?
She said, I felt something on my backside and on my leg, and I started looking around and yelling out that the otters and the otters popped up right in front of me.
That's wild.
And then they dove down and started going at me again, and I could see the bites on my legs and knew that I had been bitten on my butt. And she said that one was the worst, but I couldn't see it. And she said the bites really hurt. but they have sharp.
They
teeth,
do.
man. They have big teeth. So yeah, she got attacked.
She got ottered.
She got ottered. Yeah. Black China spoke with Entertainment Tonight recently about how she navigates co-parenting with her exes, Rob Kardashian and Tyga. She said, I feel like with everything, time heals everything, and people change, and situations change. And you get to see the situation for what it is. And the situation is Dream.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
That's beautiful because that's their daughter, Dream.
Yep. She was referring to her history with the Kardashian, and she said, and also, too, let's not leave out King, and also co-parenting with Tyga, too, his name is Michael, with King. So I feel like as long as my kids are good and happy on both sides, that's all I care about.
Her third child's named Normal People.
Normal People. Deadline reports that the docuseries called Encounters, which is produced in part by Steven Spielberg's Amblin Television, is set to stream on Netflix.
Is this an alien thing?
Yep, on September 27th. Each episode features a first-person account of a close encounter with extraterrestrials.
Guys sitting there in the canoe. It's going to be a lot of that, I guess.
Yeah, according to the outlet.
I don't like a glow over the bushes over there.
This includes strange lights in the sky over small town in Texas.
Stand still. I'm going to put my finger in your butt.
No.
It's what we do.
Is it like scientific in nature?
No, it's for laughs. It's like we call it moron finger puppet.
All these years, we thought they were doing
some sort of medical thing.
Yeah.
But you know, so many of those early stories involve some sort of rectal exam.
Sure.
There is a listener of our show, somebody that we do know, that I'm fairly certain claims to have been abducted by aliens. Abducted. Now,
You're fairly certain they claim to be abducted, or
is this from years ago?
No, but here,
because I know another one.
At the very, very least, he had a very close encounter without an abduction, but I'm fairly certain that it was not just a sighting, but he was.
How you doing?
Yeah.
No, we all know this person, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I remember this story.
In fact,
write down the name.
He and his wife met, I believe, at a painfully single mixer.
Huh.
So,
There was another one that we knew.
Yeah.
Remember who had supposedly had nasal surgery.
Oh yes,
that was like a regular occurrence, though, right?
To survive they put you in liquid when they
like in Mission to Mars.
I just don't want. I'm going to hold up a name, but I don't want the name to show up on.
I don't know
on
who
our
this person is. By the way.
YouTube feed.
I'm sure I do, but I don't know that name. So
that's the name.
Oh yes. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Listen, you know that person?
I am.
No, it's not who I thought it was.
Okay. All right. But anyway, they also not only lights in the sky over small town Texas, but submersible spacecrafts haunting a coastal Welsh village, an alien encounter with school children in Zimbabwe, and non-human intelligence reportedly interfering with a nuclear power plant in Japan. So it's all around the world.
We're going to be on after Vanderpump.
So this is coming out on September 27th if you're into that type of thing. David Harbour appeared on Thursday's episode of the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast and teased Stranger Things fans about the series ending. He said, I'm excited to go back. I'm excited to wrap it up in a bold, amazing way.
They can't be anywhere near. They haven't even started filming yet, right?
No. He said about the final season of the hit show, he said, as for how the show officially wraps, he said, I know what it is. I know where we net out, and it's very, very moving. He said that is the term that I will use.
Well, I love that.
Moving.
It needs to be because it's been moving from the beginning. And last season, that whole Russian prison sequence with him alone could have been a series.
It was excellent.
Tremendous.
Was last season the one where it was broken up and then the last two episodes were each like an hour and a half long?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They're like an hour. They were like two feature-length movies.
Right.
It is one amazing show. There's nothing I don't like about it. Kendall Jenner spoke with Harper's Bazaar in an interview that was published earlier this week about how she navigates relationships amid her ongoing romance with Bad Bunny.
I've been curious about how her and Bad Bunny are getting on.
She said, I love really hard, and I love without apology.
I love Lamp.
And she told the outlet, I don't like goodbyes, and I will fight to not have to say goodbye.
I love circus peanuts.
And she added, I don't give up on anything. Some people aren't willing to meet me at that level, but that's okay. I'd rather do that than shut myself off to something and not give it a proper chance.
Shut the
Jenner and the singer have been linked since February of this year. So,
is this one of the longer relationships she's been in?
Non-NBA.
Yeah,
'cause
right.
she was
Out
with
of
Devin Booker for a
basketball.
while.
Yeah.
And Ben Simmons.
yeah. Kiki Palmer.
Kiki.
It appears that she and Darius Jackson are going their separate ways after Jackson publicly shamed Palmer for what she wore to an Usher concert in Las Vegas last month.
What?
He wrote on Twitter at the time, "It's the outfit though. You a mom." Before deleting his account due to swift backlash. You a mom.
Shame. Shame.
She am a mom.
The Nope actress
Shame.
has since teamed up with Usher on a new song titled Boyfriend, and a source told People that Jackson has, quote, moved on.
I'll tell you this again. I say it and I say it proudly. I think Kiki Palmer is very talented.
And she's wearing like this outfit is what's trending. Like this is what everyone's wearing. It's just a sheer is very in, and they're wearing like basically bathing suits or underwear and bra, and then putting a sheer dress over it.
Wait a second though, Kathy. She a mom.
She is a mom, and I get it, but she's just trying to be fashionable.
I've also noticed a lot of people wearing sheer and nothing underneath. On top
if
as
you really
well.
want to go.
So it's been
Bill was wearing something yesterday.
Bill,
right?
Can you imagine Bill walking in?
You see my sack?
In a sheer. In a sheer outfit.
When I was in Montauk, there was this woman who had little perky boobs, and she had this top on, and there was nothing underneath it, and her nipples were just bulging out. And I was like, wow. I was like, you look great.
Yeah.
You get pictures?
So bold.
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you.
As
You want
I'm
to kiss
walking
me?
by with my 11-year-old, I'm like, oh, look, you want to kiss
He loved it.
So anyhow,
Look at the nips, Mom.
Yeah, who's Darius Jackson? Who is this a-hole?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. So the pair welcomed a baby boy named Leotis Andrelton Jackson.
Marcus Aurelius.
And
Lonnie.
Together in February of this year.
Well, I think that's what the outfit we saw wasn't that horrible.
No, I don't think so.
It's not that bad.
All right, and then finally, one last story. Entertainment Weekly reports that the trailer for She Came to Me, starring Anne Hathaway and Peter Dinklage, was released yesterday. It's an interesting scenario. Dinklage plays an opera composer living in New York City with his therapist wife, played by Hathaway. And while searching for inspiration for his latest opera, the Game of Thrones star's character ends up cheating on Hathaway's Patricia with Marissa Tomei's Katrina, who is a tugboat captain.
Oh, wow.
Same old story.
Yeah. It sounds interesting. The movie is set to hit theaters on September 29th, by the way. So I don't know how this is going to play out, but it's got a unique scenario to it.
So he was obviously, you loved him in Game of Thrones.
Oh, it's phenomenal. in
The
Game of
word is,
Thrones.
though, he can be kind of cantankerous.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. And I've seen some interviews of him being kind of a little dickish, which is too bad.
Little dickish.
Hey, little dickish. All right.
It's a rapper from Philly.
Yeah. Little Dicky is now Little Dickish. All right. It's Friday.
Yeah.
New movies. We will begin with Blue Beetle opening today, action adventure, and it stars Zolo Maraduena, Adriana Baraz, and Damien Alcazar. The plot is recent college grad Jamie Reyes returns home full of aspirations for his future, only to find that the home is not quite as he left it. As he searches to find his purpose in the world, fate intervenes when Jamie unexpectedly finds himself in possession of an ancient relic of alien biotechnology. It's called the Scarab. And when the Scarab suddenly chooses Jamie to be its symbiotic host, he is bestowed with an incredible suit of armor capable of extraordinary and unpredictable powers, forever changing his destiny as he becomes the superhero, Blue Beetle. 2 hours and 7 minutes long. Rated PG-13, wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 79%.
Which is decent.
Yeah.
I'd read a review that said it's your generic superhero movie.
By the numbers.
Yeah.
Though Preston, this guy is from Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Solo, yeah.
Yeah, he's great. So that opens today, as well as Strays. It's a comedy starring Will Ferrell, Jamie Foxx, and Will Forte. They say a dog is a man's best friend, but what if the man is a total dirtbag? In that case, it might be time for some sweet revenge, doggy style. When Reggie, a naive, relentlessly optimistic border terrier, is abandoned on the mean streets by his lowlife owner, Doug, Reggie is certain, his owner, Doug, Reggie is certain that his beloved owner would never leave him on purpose. But once Reggie falls in love with a fast-talking, foul-mouthed Boston Terrier named Bug, a stray who loves his freedom and believes that the owners are for suckers, Reggie finally realized that he was in a toxic relationship and begins to see Doug for the heartless sleazeball that he is.
Okay.
It's an hour and 33 minutes long, rated R, wide theater release, and gives it a 54% at Rotten Tomatoes, by the way.
I think it looks pretty good. I read some reviews that said it was really heartwarming, believe it or not.
All right.
Nick, you were going to comment on the Blue Beetle? What was it?
James Gunn, who I love, tweeted the other day a poster of, or not a poster, this thing at the Philadelphia Art Museum. It was they took all the steps from the Art Museum and they made it a giant poster, a giant billboard for Blue Beetle. It looked kind of interesting. And then yesterday I read a decent amount of pushback that people said it was kind of cheap and tawdry and it made the art museum look like
it's for sale.
A billboard on the side of 95.
I hear you. Yeah.
So I don't know. To me, it was sort of a temporary thing that it looked cool for a bit and is advertising a movie, but I understood their point.
It's like the time we used the Liberty Bell for Bell of Farts.
Oh, yeah.
No, like when the Major League Baseball put the spider bases out.
That's right.
Everybody was like, leave the bases alone.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
And they just try to cram advertising in any place they can.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and we have clips.
Oh,
sorry. Yeah. We got clips. Sorry about that. All right, let's roll through these. Blue Beetle is the first superhero film to feature a Latino actor in the lead role. And in this clip, Zolo Mardueña talks about what he hopes the movie will mean to audiences. Here we go.
What I hope people gather from the movie is the importance of family and also the importance of remaining positive. Even in my own life, I don't think I was as positive or as uplifting or optimistic as Jaime is. And I hope that resonates with other people because it benefited my life, and I hope that it can do that to others.
I'm happy this kid's getting a leading role. He's great in Cobra Kai.
The one bitch is they can't go out and promote the movie. They can't go do any press because of the strike.
Yep, Blue Beetle is in theaters now. Here's the next clip. We know that Strays will be great because Will Ferrell consulted his biggest critics before making it, and that would be his kids. And here, Will recalls pitching them the idea.
I said, what do you guys think about it? You know, it's like a talking dog movie, and it's seemingly super sweet, but it's basically R-rated, and the whole goal of it is for me to find my owner and bite his dick off. They were like, you have to make that movie.
And as we mentioned, Strays hits theaters today. That is funny.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's what I have in the entertainment report for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We will let Friday commence as we do No Sad Bro.
No
right?
Sad
No
Bro.
Sad Bro, period, from here on out. We'll come back in just a moment, tell you what's coming up today. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
Some warnings that definitely need to be given, and part of that is a huge part would be obviously if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
Have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex. Make sure that you do
It's
that.
the best. No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put you want to put caution, not abject terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because you're just going to... Do you want them going through life scared? Like, no. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with.
Right.
Let me go to, hang on, Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy, what's up?
So, growing up, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet. But back in high school, I wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason I always used to get those strict Italian dads.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down. And they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter. And I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty,
In
right?
fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way.
Yeah.
Like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
I want to fart in your mouth.
Oh my God. If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's so jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota, who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox,
and my big gulp cup,
and I was single. And I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
Smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper.
Oh,
There's a lot in there. You know the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home?
It's like mulch. Is that what it smells like?
It's like mulch. It's like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Oh, my God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now Steve's going to jump in on it.
No, are we correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Oh, jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because
morning?
it defies
Yes.
I would not. You look really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I just
All right.
might.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us.
Thank you so much. Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian. Regardless, you will always be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve. I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that all to work, and you know the counterbalance. Too, you weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor and the person that you are, that made us really say, this is a good man too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. I'm an artist, Steve. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
it's true.
Look, I am so, first of all, I'm appreciative of that, those compliments. I got to say, though, man, I had such a great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done, but we were very blessed to have such a great cast, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would like try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity, and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn alligator bit my hand.
Oh my! So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by
by whom?
By Adam Sandler.
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that Predator arm, if you were to hold that up just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, stand out, and all the sinew in these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand and the arm's jumping up and down, Well,
dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
It is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake.
Right.
That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's amusing and it gets you going, But the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, So it's like, it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, and he was asking about, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie; it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that, and I say it's actually both because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role in this world of sport and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way, all about love? Is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh, man. It's prepared me for life.
Yeah.
In my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it, but there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age. What it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for his
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. In the 80s, okay? No, yeah, Tom, I know. Tom's reputation, not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it, because that's a bush, man. That's a bush. Okay?
Yours is the most rocking.
Yes, yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, you know, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. So we're just really happy that you're here.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, man. Yeah.
I'm always, you know, every time I come here, there's so much hospitality. People really kind of open their arms. And of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're going to get a little attention.
Yeah, man.
Just a little bit, you know. So, you know, I mean, you know, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, you know, those running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky, you know. And, you know, running through the district there and seeing all the folks who are selling their goods in the morning, you know, from soup to nuts, man.
To clean out some shards here real quick, if you guys don't mind. I have a few that are backing up. This is from Dave Pope. He said, I want to request a shout-out for the best little sister in the world, Amy Beaver. Yes, her married name is actually Beaver. She always requests a shout-out for my birthday in September, and I always miss requesting a shout-out for her birthday in May. So I'm running on Pierre's Standard Time and beating her to the punch for my birthday. But she is the best little sister because while I was doing professional development with the North Carolina Aquarium in Costa Rica this summer, she was following us on Instagram the entire way, asking questions and leading the way for the public to engage with us in our adventure. But our family as a whole has had a difficult year, and hers has been compounded with the loss of several pets within a short period of time. But she made it out to the blood drive that she does every year. So I'm requesting a shart. Thank you, Mr. Devereaux. And that is from David, and this is for his little sister, Amy Beaver. There's a shout out to her.
Nice beaver.
And then another quick one. It says, I need a shout out for my husband, Dave, one of the hardest working people I know, away, traveling 2 or more weeks out of the month for work, working on his master's, doing house projects I'm not able to, and being the best father to our 3-year-old daughter, whom absolutely adores him. He's a dedicated listener to the show, and he's unable to listen live, so he listens to the podcast. Unfortunately, with travel, he gets behind and is a few months behind at this point. Our 10-year anniversary is October 19th. So if you can get it out whenever you remember, and paired with his delayed listening, the timing might even itself out. So that is from Caitlin Werner, KDW, for her husband, Dave. So happy anniversary in October to you two. And then one last one. No, not that one.
Not that one?
That one's really involved.
Okay.
All right, let me do a...
Send short request, by the way.
This is a... this is from yesterday, actually. I got an email that says, hey, my name is Ken. I run the Little Ole Tavern.
Oh.
It's a family-owned bar for 34 years, and we're celebrating Rory Cheddar Whiz Ehrlich on his mullet championship this Monday night, August 21st at 7 p.m. Rory is coming out of the tavern with some wings and a ring toss game. Now, he confided in me with a surprise. I'm not going to reveal that. But let's just say it's going to be a lot of fun.
All right. That's awesome.
So there's a surprise that's going to be happening. So this is from Ken Dominic, who runs the bar, the Little Ole Tavern. So that's on Monday night at 7 o'clock if you want to come out and meet Cheddar Whiz and have a celebration. But there's a little special thing. I'll tell you guys off air what's going to be happening.
Rory is living the dream right now. Who's really at the Collegeville Italian Bakery yesterday. Where they put up those marquees all the time.
Yeah.
And he got to make pizzas, and he's just like, the kid is, I'm so happy for him. I'm happy for his family, and he's just having a great time.
Excellent. All right. So listen, I would like to expand a little bit on Steve's adventure this morning.
Because you know this is
last night.
Yeah, this is... Everyone goes through this at some point.
Yes, man.
And so I'll take it from the beginning.
Yes.
1 o'clock in the morning, 1:15 in the morning. You know, I'm there.
Oh, no. The chirp.
The chirp.
Yeah.
And in our house, I think in most houses, the nature, the frequency of that chirp has a ricocheting effect.
Yes.
So isolating.
You can't find it.
And you have multiple smoke detectors that with the batteries need to be replaced. And so,
yep.
And I have my kit ready to go. I have my battery caddy, a case that has all my AA batteries ready to go, and I have my kitchen ladder ready to go. And I run and gun. And my whole idea is don't let it wake up Claire. You know, see if I can nip it in the bud. And so I'm going to do it. I'm going to be the good husband. I'm going to run out and just replace it. I'm pretty good with finding it. My ability to hear and echolocate is good. Go to the first place, I'm sure it is. It's got to be this. And I replace it.
Yep. Again. Come on.
And I'm like, holy Christ, all right.
All right, so hang on. You stay on the second floor.
No, I went down to...
Well, no.
Yeah.
You sleep on the second floor.
She has the third floor.
She has the third floor. It's all hardwood.
Hardwood.
It just echoes all over the place.
Right.
The first one you change is where?
Bottom of the steps, living room.
Okay.
At the bottom of the steps.
Right by the front door.
Because that's where I'm hearing it.
Okay.
So I go down, replace it, put it back up. And I'm like, oh, all right. Okay, maybe I'm off my game. Maybe this, not my night. You know, they say, yeah, okay, coach, it's not my night. All right, I'll go to the upper stairs. It has to be in the same area. Upstairs, second floor. Okay, and now the thing is, as you're taking out the batteries with these things, with the smoke detectors, there's 6 AA's. And you can still have 2 AA's in there, and it'll still beep.
Sure.
Because it's retaining a charge regardless. So it gets it down low, and that's how it works. So the only way to know that it's the one is you take out all the batteries, give it a second or two, and it won't beep. So like, okay, I replaced the batteries in that one. By the way, I just replenished my battery caddy with a whole bunch of AA batteries. So, okay, got it. And so I'm putting the ladder away and the whole thing, and I'm going to my bedroom. And I'm like, oh, no. And so then up to the top of the steps, Claire's, on
the third floor?
But it's so clearly not there on the third floor. And I'm hearing again where I thought I was before. So I'm literally going around and I'm unplugging and I'm keeping the batteries out of them as I'm doing it.
You have to do that, right?
You have to do that. Nick, at one point, I took one with the batteries into the closet and closed the door and put it to my ear. And like, am I so out of it this morning that I can't? So I'm literally in the clothes closet, in the coat closet, on the main floor, holding up the smoke detector to my ear.
What is your mood at this point?
Furious.
Okay.
Seething furious.
Hey, you know what I find? What helps me personally, or at least I think does, is if when you're trying to locate where it is and you're waiting in between those beeps,
right.
And I'm standing up right now, is to slightly crouch down.
You have to crouch.
Hands out.
Yeah.
Crouch down with your hands out like this.
Yeah, you gotta protect
so
yourself.
you can move at any moment.
You're starting a fight circle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so I was doing that.
That helps.
And then also hands up, and then you're darting your eyes back because you can actually see the sound.
Yeah.
And so I go down to the basement. We have them on every floor. Eventually, I just said, I had to. I woke up. Claire was waking up because she was hearing me darting all over the house. And so we're both on a mission going around. And she's saying, I don't know, I think it's here. I said, it can't be here. I just replaced the damn batteries. And so all of our smoke detectors are batteryless. They've all been pulled out.
Yeah.
And so it ends up being the hardwired carbon monoxide detector,
Which is located where?
at this right next to the first smoke detector that I changed the batteries
and the fact
on.
that they are, because my smoke detectors are 9-volt batteries.
Yeah,
so
me
at least
too.
it's just one. You know, like
So-
the fact that you have to do 6 at a time.
6 AA's. It's the rings. It's Nest system, and it's great. It actually is very good. The one thing I said with all of these effing things is, why can't they put a little light, just a little light that lights up when it chirps?
Here, I have a question. Why can't they power it with AC power so you never need a battery ever?
So you think that'd be great, right?
You
But the
know?
carbon monoxide is hardwired. It's powered.
But what's it hardwired to? I mean, you shouldn't require a battery of any sort, right? If it's got power coming to
right.
it.
So it's got power coming to it, but it has a backup. I assume the idea is if you have a power failure, by the way, I have a generator, so I don't need it. But anyway, the 9-volt battery,
Is
for
it
some reason,
backup?
I took the battery out of it. I took it off the ceiling. I walked it out into the backyard.
Of course.
Away from the house, like, all right, it's quiet out here. Give me what you got. And at that point, so it was the battery, the 9-volt battery and the carbon monoxide detector. And I I mean, every smoke detector in the house was on the floor with the batteries out.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're looking at about 2:15, 2:20 in the morning.
At any point in time, did the phrase, where's that effing sound coming from?
I was thinking
echo
of you
through your
all the
head?
time. Yeah, the whole damn thing.
Because that's what I was.
Where's that sound coming from?
I was at a bachelorette party a couple of years ago. We flew down to Florida. We were in West Palm Beach, and we rented a house. We did an Airbnb. It was great. Beautiful house. Had a pool out back. It was like a whole tiki hut. It was awesome. There was a smoke detector going off. First night we were there. Beep, beep.
Wait,
beep.
we have sound.
What time? Yeah, what time does it?
Oh, this was
because they invariably go off sometime after midnight.
Yeah, it was like probably about
That's it.
About 2 a.m. Right, and so we can all hear it. Everybody who is sleeping in the upstairs rooms can hear it. Now it wasn't so bad for me and the girl that I was staying with, but we could faintly hear it. So we wake up in the morning. I'm like, God, did you hear that? She's like, oh my God, it kept me up all night. It's so annoying. Well, we realized, or we end up talking to the rest of the girls. It was in the room with two other girls. They looked like they had been up drinking all night long.
Sure.
They didn't get any sleep. So I think we were there for 3 nights. We could not get it to stop. We pulled it down. We changed the batteries. They eventually ripped it off of the ceiling.
Oh my God.
Wait, threw it out the window. We were on the second floor into the backyard. It landed on like a below deck. And we're like, okay, we're going to get some sleep. Sure enough, we can freaking hear it outside.
How is it still beeping?
We were like, throw it in the pool. Do something. So it was the entire weekend. The poor two girls that had to stay in that room. I mean, they were exhausted.
I
hate it.
What did you do? You said you cut your wires, right?
Yeah, this was in our old house. I didn't know. I just didn't know that it was attached to all the other
wires,
smoke alarms in the house, and I cut it, and I just destroyed it.
When you
was
reach the
terrible.
point where you would gladly embrace dying from carbon monoxide poisoning, that's when you cut your wires.
When you were initially telling me the story off air this morning, I took a guess as to what it was before you revealed that it was a carbon monoxide detector, and I was wondering if it might have been a moisture detector. Which at our water heater, there's a little tray underneath it for excess, I guess, overflow or whatever it may be. And
I've had that.
There's a little detector there that will pick on up if it's leaking. And but when the battery goes low on those, they will alert you as well. But that one sounds that one's like beep 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 beep. It's a little bit of a different sound, and I'm like, where's that effing sound coming from?
Steve Austin.
And
Where's that sound coming from?
And it took
There's
me
nothing on here.
It took me forever to find that thing because I didn't even know we had it.
When did it go off?
Oh, it was in the middle of the day.
Right, so
thankfully.
statistically,
it wasn't a late night thing.
Will you guys agree with me that statistically?
Oh yeah.
It very rarely goes off at 2:00 in the afternoon, and is substantially more times it will occur in the dead of night.
All right, we're going to go to some calls. There's a lot of people that are checking in about this. I'm going to go to a lot of firefighters calling in.
All right,
we'll go to Jeff, who's a volunteer firefighter. Hey, Jeff, good morning. Jeff, you are on the air, buddy. Is your name Jeff? It probably isn't.
Maybe it's carbon monoxide poisoning.
Yeah. Are you calling into the show right now? Okay,
Jeff?
Forget it.
Ah, damn it.
All right, we'll go next to another firefighter. This is Greg, who is on the line. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Hey, I'm here. Gadzooks.
Thank God. What's up, Greg?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, so the hardwire back in the day was they were connected to alarm systems, but they're also, like, my house doesn't have the alarm system anymore, but they're hardwired. The battery's there in case you lose power.
Yeah,
so if your house loses power, the battery back up so that way they don't go off, or they go off when you lose power.
Okay. But Greg, this battery literally was just replaced yesterday. The 9-volt battery, I didn't have one, and it was off the ceiling. And then I put the battery in it and put it, so it's a brand new fresh battery, and it started chirping.
Is it a brand new smoke detector? Because they only have a 10-year shelf life. So after 10 years, they're pretty much garbage.
Great.
Seriously,
that's great.
Carbon monoxide detector with that, and it's wired. So how long do they last?
They're 10 years as well.
10 years. No one told us that.
But if it's a Nest, I have smart stuff too. If you go on your app, it should tell you that the battery's dead.
Now that's what you need. Okay.
I've done that before, and I've looked at
Really?
the app, and I like the Nest a lot. I really do think it's good because it also has a built-in sort of night light, so that when you move around, it'll illuminate the area. That's very cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until I'm like, what's that light shining on the floor?
What's happening?
And it's my smoke detector.
Stay away from the light, Carol Ann. Yeah, no, but that's what that is. But yes, that's my one issue is, all right, so what is it, the hard wire on the carbon monoxide detector? In Philadelphia proper, apparently, you have to have both in the house. Is that correct? Do you happen to know?
I'm not. I'm over in Jersey, so
Okay.
I'm not sure what the code is.
All right.
But, the reason is because if you lose power, because power goes out.
Okay.
If you don't have the battery in it, the battery is what basically sets it off if you're out of power for a couple hours or a couple days or whatever.
Let me ask you a question. I have a generator. If the power goes out, can I take the 9-volt batteries out of those?
Generator works. I'm not going to tell you to do it.
Right. No, I know.
Thank you, Greg.
They're there for a good reason, too.
Yeah.
I get that. To keep you awake all night.
Brent wants to comment on something. I think he might be a firefighter as well. Hey, Brent, good morning. Oh, wait, that's the wrong line. Let me go over here. Hi, Brent, you are on the air.
Hey, thanks for bothering me at work.
That's what we do. Are you a firefighter?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, and you wanted to comment on the carbon monoxide detector.
So your carbon monoxide detectors do not go on the ceiling. You put them on the wall, all the way down to the bottom, close to the floor, because carbon monoxide has a greater vapor density than air, which means it's heavier.
Okay.
So if you have a leak, it's going to settle on the floor, and you'll be dead before it ever reaches a detector on the ceiling.
Wow.
So you want them on the bottom,
Steve,
like you want one.
That's a practical joke they pulled on you.
That's probably it. They said they winked at each other when they gave us the keys to the house.
Yeah.
No. So is it possible? To be honest, there's a couple things up on the ceiling that I just don't F with, and that I assumed it was a carbon monoxide detector that I had the 9-volt battery replaced in yesterday. Is it possible it's just like a heat detector or a redundant smoke detector?
Probably not. Most smoke detectors have, like, they can detect heat, they can detect smoke, they can detect all that. There's no reason to have two smoke detectors next to each other. I mean, if you take it off, it should say on it what kind of detector it is. It'll tell you if it's carbon monoxide or smoke fire detector.
Hey, Brent, do smoke detectors don't pick up cigarette smoke, do they?
It's not enough smoke. Like if you had 1 million people in your house all smoking cigarettes at the same time, then yeah, I'd probably pick it up. But
okay,
mine are very sensitive. If I play Hot Blooded, it'll wow,
it goes off.
It'll go off.
Man, oh man. All right, thank you, Brent. Appreciate it, man. Let me go next to I have Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, dude. What's up?
Hey, real quick. I installed smoke detectors for years and stuff. You know, do low voltage. The one carbon monoxide on your ceiling is a combo detector. It does fire and smoke, and it's backup. And if it's got 10-year battery life or 10-year life, it's going to beep when it's like its life is up. So that's being like probably why.
So is it possible that entire detector, not we're not just talking the battery, the entire detector needs to be replaced?
Oh, we're losing him.
And it beeps.
But I think that's he's indicating that.
Okay. I always know about changing the batteries, which I do all the time because they go off all the time, the beeping, but I didn't realize you had to replace the entire smoke detector every 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh.
But yeah, it's weird. The one time me and my buddies were playing Call of Duty, and we hear a beep. So we had all four of us stop the game so we could all search around. And I'm yelling at these guys like, one of you need to change your smoke detector. So you got all of us checking smoke detectors, and it turns out it was mine.
Oh, man. And it's thank you, Joe, by the way. But the most frustrating, well, not the most, but probably the most frustrating part is that it happens and it disturbs you because you're trying to sleep or get some work done or something like that.
Right.
But just trying to find which one it is because such a pain in the ass.
That echo, that ricocheting effect, that it bounces all over the house. You're right, I have all hardwood, and that sucks.
It's just so short. It's just that chirp, and then there's a long. You know, really, here's what you need to do, and this is what I should do next time I have that issue: is when you hear the chirp on your phone, start your stopwatch.
Okay.
And find out what the duration is between the chirps.
And you can figure out how many miles away it is.
Well, no. That way you can. When you hear it, you restart it, and then if it's 45 seconds, you don't have to sit there waiting the whole time. You can keep your eye on the clock and go, all right, it's 30 seconds, 10 seconds. Now I'm ready for it.
Right.
Because you're just waiting, and you're already confused at when it's going to chirp, and trying to locate where it is at the same time. It's just, I think it takes one step out of the confusion.
I'm glad that you were able to remedy this situation in an hour to an hour and a half's time, because last summer it took me an entire weekend and I changed 8 smoke detectors before I realized that it was the carbon monoxide detector.
So you had the same thing.
I had the
same thing play out, except it took the whole weekend. I guarantee you there are people who've had similar things where they just can't, that they'll live with it for days, like Kathy.
So I don't know the answer to this question, but a lot of people are texting and saying that the last caller, Brent, was wrong on some of that information.
Okay.
And so I got a text from a friend who is a firefighter. He says that carbon monoxide can go anywhere on the wall. It has the same density as air. So some of the information... look, I don't know. I guess do a search on where you should place the carbon monoxide because we're getting a lot of conflicting reports.
So,
here.
Nick, to that point, when you pass away from carbon monoxide, it's quiet and it's painless, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll take that.
That's the way to go.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Over chasing down the beeping.
Right.
Or dying.
Just take me to heaven.
From not enough sleep.
Yeah.
Hang on. Ricky actually had a fire, and he wants to speak on smoke detectors. Ricky, good morning, sir.
Okay.
Privilege.
Right, Ricky.
What's
Good
up,
morning,
buddy?
guys. So we bought a house in 2020, and I'm chasing around beeping smoke detectors for a year and a half at this point. There are multiple smoke detectors in every room, every finished basement, ranch house, in the garage, and I'm replacing them all at least once a month. I'm hearing.
God.
So then September 2021, I get a phone call from my wife that my house is on fire while I'm at work. So I'm rushing home and hear something in the garage lit up on fire. And it happened to start right underneath of where the smoke detector was in the garage. And these were not interconnected ones at the time.
Okay.
So it melted the smoke detector off the ceiling.
Oh, wow.
And nobody ever knew it. So until smoke reached 70 feet to the other side of the house and set off the other smoke alarm near the bedrooms where my wife was working at the time, nobody knew it. And my 4-year-old daughter was sitting on the couch with the whole room filling with smoke, just watching TV like nothing was going on.
Wow. How bad did it end up being?
The garage and the laundry room behind it were a total loss. But we had to repaint the entire house because of smoke damage.
So technically, though, your alarm would go off. So, for example, I have the Xfinity setup. It works great. When we've had like a smoke situation, it goes off. It calls the fire department. And we have, we've had it happen twice with cooking incidents, and the firefighters were there super fast. So the system works great. When it started to, why didn't it go off and do that?
Because they were just regular old battery operated smoke detectors.
They weren't interconnected.
Nothing was hardwired. Nothing was connected to the alarm system.
Okay, so they weren't why? Because my Nest smoke detectors are on a Wi-Fi system.
Right. Yeah, so now ours are, because after the fire, I rewired the entire house, put brand new smoke detectors in the whole thing.
Yeah.
And maybe 3 months after the fire, my wife calls me freaking out because one of them starts going off out of nowhere, and she has no idea why.
Listen, as a homeowner, it scares the crap out of you. It annoys the crap out of you, and it scares the crap. But if you have done it right, there should be a point in time where you'll be standing there embracing the notion of your house burning down rather than having to put up with the battery replacement.
Ricky, did your insurance cover it?
Yeah, we were very lucky as far as insurance goes, from what I hear. And yeah.
All right.
Cool. We did have to do a lot of repairs ourselves, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you, Ricky.
Glad it eventually worked out.
Appreciate it, man.
It sucks when your actual fire, your smoke detector set on fire.
Yeah, that would suck. Hang on, I'm going to go next to Linda. Hi there, Linda.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, Linda. What's up?
Hi, first time caller, long time listener.
That's awesome.
Happy to have you, Linda.
So I want to say what happened to Steve happened to my husband and I the other night, and we have 2 little dogs, and they were going absolutely crazy. I'm Googling, trying to find out which smoke detector is going off because it's beeping and beeping and beeping. We put it in the closet like Steve did, and finally we took the battery out and hid it under a bunch of clothes. On the one, then we had to plug it so they could stop beeping.
No, I was doing the same thing. You try to isolate it so that you figure, okay, I'm going to take it away from the others. I'm going to break it away from the pack. This will be how I determine. And mine still kept going.
Yes, it keeps on going. You can take the battery out. We're like, what the hell?
I know.
Sorry.
They're magical.
Anyway, a bunch of clothes on it, and then my dogs couldn't sleep the rest of the night. And that was the other. We were all so tired. So
It'll kill you.
Yeah,
I mean, not kill you dead, but it'll kill you mentally from chasing that stuff around. Hang on a second. Let's go. We got a few more callers. People have been on hold for a long time. Let me go to Mike here. Hey, Mike. Morning, bud.
Good morning, Ed.
What? Good morning to see you. What's up, bud?
So a couple months ago, same thing as you. It's going off in the middle of the night. There's a beeping. I'm going all over the house. Finally, in a fit of rage at 2 a.m., dad rage at 2 a.m., I just go through and change every battery and every smoke detector.
That's what I did. Mm-hmm.
My kids are outside the bedroom going, what the hell is Dad doing? I'm looking at them, go back to bed.
And Mike, did it work? Oh, Mike.
Yes-ish. Because a couple weeks later, the smoke detectors go off, like blazing in the middle of the night. I'm like, and there's no fire, no smoke. What is going on here? Did some research, found out the smoke detectors were past their 10-year due date. So I still had to go back and order a bunch on Amazon and replace them.
Oh, wow.
So you've reinforced something that I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna check the age of these smoke detectors, and I'll swap them all out. You know what happens though, Preston, with the Nest system and with that light. So if the animals are moving around a lot and they're going in and out of a room a lot at night, that light lights up and that draws more power on those batteries.
Oh, yeah.
So the ones where they're more active, where there's more foot traffic, tend to start beeping sooner.
More cat traffic.
More cat traffic.
I've told you guys this before. There was one night where the entire system went off in the middle of the night. Full on blaring like there's a fire. And I get up and I run. I'm going from room to room. Everyone, all of our kids,
sleeping
fast asleep. They have them in their room. They slept
so loud.
through these blaring alarms. Shell and I are covering our ears and running around the house, basement to top floor. Didn't find anything. Nothing was going on, but it was a full-on alarm. And I'm like, you guys are doomed, man. You're doomed if anything ever happens.
That's why they make those alarms that are actual human voices. Do you think they would have woken up to you, a recording of you?
Yeah, maybe.
Because that's the whole purpose. They have alarms that are specifically, you can record your own voice.
Parker!
Get out of bed!
Yeah, I don't know how they did it. I have no idea how they could sleep through that stuff. All right, one more call because Jack has been on hold for almost 20 minutes. Hi, Jack. You're on the air, bud.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up, man?
I'm a contractor, and, over time, a lot of the smoke detectors don't talk to each other, and there's 2 different types that do have a shelf life, but they also get a problem with dust collecting around the photo cell inside of it that senses dirt.
You're exactly right, because in our mud room, we had one of them go off, and I just took it off the ceiling, and somebody told me that just make sure it's not dusty. That could be it. I blew the dust out of it, and it stopped.
Okay.
But no one tells you that.
No, they don't, because usually what happens is I'm a contractor. I have Arc Electric and Arc Improvements, and I put in smoke detectors, and usually if you have to replace one, a lot of them don't talk to each other the same way. There's different manufacturers that have different sensitivity levels built into it, and usually we'll come in and we'll change them all out. The least thing that causes them to beep is the battery, but most of the time, if you have a house with a lot of pets, or or a lot of hardwood floor, that dust tends to collect.
Well, there's the two. I got the two. I got the double whammy, hardwood floors, and 8 cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. And a lot of the manufacturers, one manufacturer's smoke detector is set at a certain discretionary set point. Other ones are set a little bit higher, and there's not exactly a set point of how much dirt will clog it to cause it to trip.
That's interesting. You know what I need to do, Jack? I need to get a fire detector that has the same settings as an oven, so I could just put it on keep warm.
Yeah, that's good.
So that it won't go so crazy all the time.
Right. Say like 200, nothing more than
maybe
that.
just crisp it. Like reheat.
Wow. Interesting, Jack. All right. Well, thank you for the tip, man. We appreciate it.
No problem. Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. We'll talk to you. All right. Casey wants me to go to one more.
All right.
This is Bill, who's an electrician, who's on the line. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thanks, buddy. All right. What'd you want to tell us?
Yeah, I'm an electrician. I got a call one day to go in and replace at Tyre's house smoke detectors. There are 10 of them.
10.
So I go in and replace them. I get done early, so I got all the old ones in the back of my truck, driving home. That sparked up and smoke real quick as I'm driving down 42. Don't you know all 10 of them smoke alarms go off in the back of my truck at one time?
In your car.
In your car.
Come on, man.
So my work truck that's metal all around me. Man, I rolled down my windows, people looking at me like I'm nuts. These alarms just going off. I'm on 42. I have to get off. Get off the highway. Man, it scared the hell out of me.
I mean, you can't even and Preston, like with your ear sensitivity.
Oh my God.
Like a chirping alarm.
Yeah, forget it.
10 of them in a closed vehicle.
No, I'd just jump out of the moving vehicle.
So beat the friggin' alarm of all 10 of them go off. But I forgot to take the batteries out, the battery backups out.
Oh my God, that's
hilarious.
priceless. All right, thank you, Bill. We appreciate it, bud. All right.
Hey, Steve, what's more annoying, last night or when the fire alarm goes off here at the radio station? Because the one here is so loud, it hurts.
You know what? I'm okay because a lot of times, well, that's actually. We have one of those when it's right in our office.
Yeah.
So
they wanted to save us in case anything happened.
I'll duck in here, and there's no siren in here in the air studio, and then it's fine. I need an air studio at home to duck into when it starts chirping.
When the fire alarm goes off here, like, I mean, I know it hurts your ears, Preston, but I have to actually like hold my ears. I have to cover my ears.
Yeah, I do
because
too.
it's so loud.
And then I grab my earplugs and I pop them in and I can keep working. But I mean, it scares the living.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so incredibly loud and it's just out of nowhere.
You often say bad words when that happens.
Yeah, I do. I can't help it.
Where's that sound coming from?
Actually, there was a mystery sound in the studio in the office this morning. There was some music playing. It wasn't XTU.
There's nothing on here.
I walked down to our sister station. It wasn't them, but it was coming from the walls somewhere.
What?
It was like an ethereal music thing.
The is that?
And I had no witnesses, so
Well,
like this.
what's supposed to be soundproof walls
it's laughable.
are not.
It's laughable.
Because I hear, like, my corner desk in the office, I can often hear music and people talking and whatever. So I don't know. I don't know what it butts up against, but yeah, you can hear it.
There was a whirring sound. Nick, both you and I were trying to hunt it down in the console behind you, Preston, right behind you. It was like,
oh, really?
Yeah. It's like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Oh, that happens all the time.
Yeah, well, Steve was on this side.
Sound? Yeah.
And I was on this side. And we couldn't figure out what the hell it was.
It's one of those things that you eventually tell people, it does that.
It does that, yeah.
It does that.
Yep.
All right,
just get some carbon monoxide and take the big sleep.
Well, many people can identify with the issue that you had, Steve, and I'm glad you got it worked out.
That's all good
it's
now.
just so
Did you
damn
fall back asleep?
frustrating.
Yes,
good.
Thanks to my sleep number bed.
There you go. All right, well, listen, we're going to break. We're going to come back in a second. We're going to get to the bizarre file, some good stories to share. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, and the guy from, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes,
so we thank you. We thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands. What? It is unclear how much the hacker demanded. The first 10 episodes of the season were shared shortly before 6 a.m. on Saturday, leaked in 10 different files. They totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker, who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord...
Ma! I'm trying to do something!
Kicked off the leak
when you're done, Dark Overlord, take the garbage out.
By publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday to the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, "We are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved."
I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
zero
because it's $9 a month.
You
for
already
Netflix. You already have it. More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but it is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands are met.
From National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Buka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin
I
know.
There's the extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
"This is the Dark Overlord, your 1-hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance. Will be released to the world."
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, "It didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves." What are you talking about?
Come on! No.
Yeah, you're
stole
it's illegal.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Dark Overlord.
It is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway. Netflix encourages you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
And also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New Black.
You don't care.
So if you're going to release the 4th season, can you release the first 3 seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the 3rd episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right. Anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork.
Try to extort
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannery.
You act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regular. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there?
You love that? I mean, it's such bullshit. But I'm sorry. I said
The filthy mouth.
You guys.
Kate Flannery.
I'm really. Is there?
How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to
Not
O'Hara,
enough.
you wouldn't have.
Oh my God! Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No, exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the Game Show.
Yes,
that's
I saw that
that's coming up
listed.
soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show. But so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh.
And no more stand up in stilettos. It's
that's done. Yeah, that's
right.
done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the game show.
That's very cool.
Yeah. She was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never has never been on the show.
Been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media. Let her know.
Watch your mouth, you.
That fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're getting worse.
I know.
I'm
so sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's gotten
listening?
worse. She just dropped the F-bomb.
What's wrong with you today? You tell me not to do something. The more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way: we had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps on my chair, like on the pyramid.
Kate
Holy
Flannery
crap.
3 times.
I'm so Nick is like, you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like, this is it.
Oh, we need a
So nice to see you.
taser.
Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say on the air?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list,
Yes.
as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. There was the FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
you curse like a sailor? And
Well,
how does
I
that
didn't
go
think
over?
so until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where
No.
everyone is drug induced and on painkillers. Once in a while, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this
No,
week.
we have many dumb buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh.
Hit the Flannery switch.
Hit the Flannery.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, we had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
He is also accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009 following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp. I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
I don't know. It was one of
Dude, that's too much Bajorp.
One of Rotterdam's largest sperm banks in the 80s and 90s, Bajorp.
Let me get a second cup.
The 23 families are now seeking a DNA test to see if the sperm bank boss used his own.
So I broke into this house and I Bajorped on the couch.
Karbat reportedly admitted to fathering 60 children through the clinic before he died to one of the plaintiffs.
What?
A lawyer speaking on behalf of the Karbat's family insisted that there is not the slightest evidence that Mr. Karbat or the owner or was the donor and asked the court to listen to the doctor's request that no DNA test will be carried out after his death.
When the guys do this, what is the desire to be
seed the world?
Seed the world. I
don't know.
I don't get it.
Bajorp.
Bajorp.
Yeah.
You know, as they say.
Yeah.
Bajorp.
Well, listen, our next guest is in for a visit, and the latest film that our next guest is involved in is called Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5. Wait, no, that's Katie Morgan.
Yeah.
She's later on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Different.
I'm sorry.
I was an associate producer on that film, but I don't take credit for it.
No. Please welcome our friend Mike Birbiglia. Who was here? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Is that the name of her movie?
Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5.
AKA Don't Think Twice.
No, you shouldn't. You show little reserve if you're if you're a cuckold.
So yesterday, I told Mike that Katie Morgan was going to be in the same day as us, and he wrote back. He goes, "So we'll have 2 porn stars. Cool."
No, but listen, Mike is in town for personal reasons and wanted to stop by and say hello. Actually, is it your
My sister-in-law's law school graduation.
Where's
From
she
Temple.
at?
From Temple, yeah.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
sensational. That's I'm in awe of people who complete law and
too.
medical degrees.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yeah, I will. I continue to disappoint my parents year after year after year by not doing something like that. But
you went to
good on her.
Georgetown,
That's
right?
wonderful. I did. But then I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Were you expected to go into law?
I think I was expecting to do something that was financially sensible, and I didn't do that. But my dad came around eventually.
Yeah,
I think when he saw me on Letterman, eventually he was like, oh, okay, I get it.
I feel like a lot of comedians have the same story. Their parents finally came around.
Yeah, they come around eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you ultimately you realize when you have a kid, you're like, oh, you just want the kid to be okay.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, you just want the kid to be like okay, and then being a comedian doesn't seem okay.
No,
it seems like it's a life of. It seems like a downward spiral.
It's out of the realm of what I think most
And
parents
often it
classically
is.
want. Yeah.
To be clear.
Did you get cred with the parents with the grandchild?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
all
a
they
home
want.
run. Yeah,
And it's all okay.
That's all they want. Yeah, I have a. Yeah, so I have a daughter now, and I had a lot of trepidation about. Preston was saying when I walked in, he was like, "Oh, you look skinnier," and I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, my body's a lemon. I went to. I'm telling you, I went to the doctor, and he goes, I'm not kidding. This is in one visit. He goes, he does the blood, calls me up. He goes, hey, this came out well. This came out well. You have Lyme disease and diabetes.
Oh my God!
I was
really?
like, whoa, one at a time, fellas. We're all gonna get a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the Lyme. So no, Lyme disease. I took meds for, and that's fine. We caught it early. And then diabetes, I guess it's just road living over the years. It's like I have the body.
Yeah.
I eat terribly. I have the body of someone who's just about to start P90X and then doesn't. And
gets to the first.
It caught up to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a.
So do you take insulin? Or you?
No,
what's
it's diabetes 2, so it's
Okay.
like, so I'm not at that point yet. But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. So I was lucky it didn't come back. But every year or so, I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake,
Why do you have to be awake?
Preston, you've had it.
No.
Vasectomy? Yeah. Now they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that.
Oh, is
They
that
numb you
true?
down there, but still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel. There have been occasions where people were able to feel something,
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
Right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
That's
smell?
like, that's like the Michael.
down.
That's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right,
Yes,
exactly.
exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is. Yeah.
And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And
Yeah.
it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear. Like
I couldn't
like a
smell
burn.
anything, but you can.
They have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
Well, because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah. You can.
It's attitude right now with our Friday Froggy song.
I wanna be
pulled up Froggy's Instagram, and they're playing a thing called Camp Punksylvania.
I love those guys.
First weekend in September. It's in Scranton. And you should follow them on Instagram because they're a lot of fun, and they're gigging like crazy. Man,
Yes,
we're
good.
very, very happy for them. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I'm going to start with a great story. A United Airlines pilot has been charged in a bizarre axe attack earlier this month in which he savaged a parking arm, the kind
Yes,
that
that comes
keeps you
down,
from going into a parking lot. Well, he destroyed it at Denver International Airport in the employee parking lot, causing an estimated $700 in damage. He used an axe. Police say the pilot, Kenneth Henderson Jones, told them that he, quote, just hit his breaking point.
So he had an axe in his car?
I guess so. Video of the incident showed the 63-year-old pilot armed with a full-size axe. And in the video, he chops the parking arm at the exit gate of an employee parking lot 23 times until he knocked the parking arm off its base.
My smoke detector was going off last night, and now this.
After that, Jones scuffles at length a few minutes later with an airport employee who saw what happened and tried to take the axe away from the pilot.
Well, that's bad.
The pilot only surrendered the axe after a second Denver International Airport employee intervenes and helps wrestle it away.
You give me that axe right now.
Airport administrators described it as a physical struggle with no injuries. Authorities have charged Jones with misdemeanor criminal mischief, and he's scheduled to appear in court on the 25th of September. United had said in a statement he was removed from the schedule and is on leave while United conducts an internal investigation. While Jones has not responded to messages, sheriff's deputies say Jones told them he had, quote, hit his breaking point.
Does he suggest what got him to the breaking point?
No. I'm assuming he couldn't get out or something like that. And he
But
was
that
just-
seems like the end step in a series of things.
Maybe so. All right, here is a decidedly more intense pilot story. An airline pilot died after collapsing in the bathroom of a flight from Miami to Chile with 271 passengers on board. Captain Ivan Anduar began feeling unwell about 3 hours into the flight from Florida to Santiago. And after collapsing in the bathroom, he received emergency treatment from the crew. The flight took 30 minutes to divert to Panama City's International Airport, and first responders declared Anduar, a 25-year veteran pilot, dead when the plane landed. Yeah. The flight left Miami
It's no place to die.
10 p.m. on Monday, and had also had a relief captain and first officer on board when the incident took place. LATAM Airlines had stated, "We are deeply moved by what has happened, and we extend our sincere condolences to the family of our employee." Following the incident, the flight left Panama City on Tuesday and continued on to Chile.
I wonder how many people have died in airplane because you figure you're not feeling well, so you go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
right?
and maybe die in the bathroom. Yeah, I'm sure it's happened a few times. This is a terrible story, too, about somebody dying. But this is a cautionary tale. A California news producer died over the weekend after a rope swing accident in a state park.
Yeah.
Catherine Hote had died after she used a rope swing at Folsom Lake State Recreation Area. She fell 30 feet onto the rocky shoreline. An off-duty doctor performed CPR while park rangers assisted in her care. She was taken to the medical center where she was pronounced dead.
This is my shoreline.
No, not that rocky. Barry Smith, the chief ranger of the Goldfields District of California State Parks, said that rope swings are not permitted at any state parks. He said there's a lot of danger out here that people need to be aware of, and unfortunately, we're standing here today talking about Catherine, and we wish we weren't.
Now, that is a tragedy. However, I've always loved rope swings.
Yeah, California State Parks removed the lower branches of the tree containing the unauthorized rope swings where she had died. But, I mean, that's a lot of people do get injured on those things.
They do.
Man.
They do.
Yep. In Georgia, a man was arrested after officials say he killed a bear. It happened just before 8:30 p.m. There were reports that were coming in that a bear was shot. And when deputies arrived, a woman staying with her mother and 4 children said that she was inside the home when she heard 3 gunshots come from outside.
You shot me.
When she looked out the window,
Baptize me.
she saw a bear running up the hill into the woods, and she said that there was another shot, and then she saw the bear fall to the ground, curl up into a ball, and stop moving. When the deputy walked into the woods, he was able to confirm the bear was dead. Officials with the Department of Natural Resources arrived at the scene, and they were told by neighbors that the bear was not a direct threat to anyone and was shot. He had said that the bear, the man, what was his name? Cowart? Yeah. Had said that the man's, let me try this again. Cowart said in the report that the bear was in his front yard when he was with his chickens. And he felt threatened.
So the man spending some quality time with his chickens sees a bear.
Yep.
It's fight or flight. So he shoots the bear.
He ran inside, and he added that was when the bear ran into the woods. While inside, Cowart said in the report that he grabbed his rifle, ran outside, and shot the bear. The deputy noted in the report that Cowart was slurring his words, and his face was sluggish while explaining what happened. When asked if he had been drinking,
just hanging with my chickens.
When he had asked if he had been drinking, Cowart said that he may have had a beer while cutting the grass. After running a background check, deputies confirmed he was a convicted felon, and Cowart was arrested for possessing a firearm by a convicted felon, discharge of a firearm while under the influence, and reckless conduct as well.
Are there extenuating circumstances when you're protecting your chickens?
While being taken to the jail, deputies said he began making expletive statements and claimed that he would shoot the bear again. Poop.
Boner.
Officials say that the report, in the report, that the DNR took the bear and issued a citation for killing a bear out of season without a permit. All right, and we'll do one more story. All right, yeah, let's end with this one. An Alberta-based restaurant chain came out on top in a bidding war for an unusual piece of the provincial government's property, and it happened to be a sandwich costume. The latex, vulcanized rubber, and synthetic material costume depicts a donair, which is a gyro-inspired Canadian flatbread wrap featuring shaved beef, sauce, tomatoes, onions, and lettuce.
I think I want to see this.
The costume was made by Los Angeles-based special effects studio Altarian Incorporated in 2015 for Alberta's planned video PSA about the dangers of driving while under the influence of marijuana.
So they made a sandwich?
But the project was scrapped and the costume never had its TV debut. The suit was listed by the province in an online surplus auction, sparking a bidding war between various organizations and restaurants, as well as an online controversy about whether lettuce belongs on a donair. Nicholas Nas, co-owner of Nova Scotia-based King of Donair, bid on the costume in an attempt to bring it to Canada's East Coast, where he said he planned to remove the lettuce in accordance with that of the region's style of donair. The winning bid went for $16,025.
Whoa.
And it was placed by Edmonton-based Primetime Donair and Poutine, which said the costume will remain in Alberta and the lettuce will remain on the costume.
Harumph.
So, Steve, Nick found a picture of it. It looks like a giant gyro, is what it looks like, if you want to see that.
Your head comes out over here. So,
yes. Actually, it's well done.
Yeah, so, but they spent $16,000.
Remember
and it was a bidding war just to keep the lettuce on or take the lettuce out.
When we had your scab costume, we had Scabby.
Yeah, yep.
And the first pass it didn't look too good.
No, it didn't look that good. It looked like a price tag. That's what it looked like. All right, and there you go. That is what we have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so you know what? I would like to mention something real quick. I would like to congratulate our buddy Connor. He and his girlfriend Stephanie are celebrating 10 years together.
What?
Today.
10 years?
10 years. Look how excited Connor looks.
Wow.
Connor's very even keel.
He's a very even
You wouldn't know his emotion anyway. He's
Never.
probably ecstatic.
His girlfriend is lovely.
She came to the Union Wrexham match,
Yes,
which was a lot of fun.
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're a fine couple.
Congratulations, Connor. Happy for you.
She's probably the emotional one in the relationship.
I would think so. Enough emotions for both of them, I guess. All right, let's take a break and come back in a moment. Don't forget, Bo Johnson's joining us a little bit later on, and we're giving away our Word of the Week prize. Oh, and if you have not heard, this is pretty awesome. The thing that Pierre teased yesterday about Bruce Springsteen and airing the entire concert live on MMR happening tonight at
How
7
about that,
o'clock.
Bill Weston?
So with that canceling of or at least postponing of the Bruce shows tonight on MMR, you're going to hear a full Bruce Springsteen live concert starting at 7 p.m. So just a heads up on that. We're going to take a break and we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMM.
No more. They hand out cigars that say "No more babies."
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like, this sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because we've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere. And you're a producer on Crashing. You show up on late night talk shows all the time, and I follow you on Twitter, and it's like, hey, Burbiggs is doing Kimmel, Burbiggs is doing Fallon again. Are you surprised at that at all? Not that
since you're 11.
Are you
Sounds like you are?
Yeah.
Are you as incredulous as we are?
I was going somewhere with this.
About that development.
And
and
then Nick pulls off a mask, and it's Todd Glass.
Here's why I asked that. Your career has been the most steady rising career I know about in comedy. Because some people, they shoot to the top and then they're selling out stadiums. But your success is I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case because I've been able to make, and I think the people who follow me notice this, I've been able to make the stuff I want to make as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like, I'd make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the business in so many ways. But so thanks, yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
Yes. He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God!
No, I mean we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and my and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like, it's so much taxes all the time. But yeah, I think I file in 27 states.
That's just crazy.
So. Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be playing
can't wait.
the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Uh-huh.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No.
How would if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean, you lay on my back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, the question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for you.
No, my ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Kathy,
Go ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
Sarlacc.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Yeah! Could Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up a picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything.
Don't ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't. I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't.
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole. Thank you, sir. It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take
It's
it off.
called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys
would
do.
think so.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that?
That's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off
stopped
air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc pit.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
We
there's.
can go there if you want. I don't
Oh,
care.
man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather talk
California.
about buttholes.
Did you see?
God.
Did you see a?
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're gonna get into this crap.
We've unleashed the beast.
When we.
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go butthole.
She's gonna go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is. I think it's just something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with
Right.
that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. Sarlaccs or buttholes?
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area and but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't like the hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
You know
it's,
what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa.
Okay.
You can get that for me.
All right. So anyhow, RedTube had revealed this: the most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit. Boy, old people are fun. I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We have we need some music out of like the 1940s
And some
like
salad,
jazz
please.
or
Some
something
ointment,
like that.
please, for my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that I was not that bad. You know, I was above average. And
what's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay,
and
all right,
yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. Unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still with the report cards? Do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
Like in high school, you're not going to get teacher comments.
I don't
like there would be. Remember, they would fill out. There would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be like,
right.
number 3. Work well with others.
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers
a lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing, but
Is that that's not for all students, is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in, but I mean, we have some special circumstances that they help us out with. And which is awesome, but I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this. Blah, blah, blah,
I always used to get the delight. I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
Case you weren't a delight.
6th grade was it. Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class?
I bet you what I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast.
I know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel.
It's just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time, and I take my medication at a certain point.
My God.
Okay.
Getting back to that war situation, excuse me. I did everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, it's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down.
Yeah.
That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we are at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
I love that's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. Like, and then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes.
Yeah. I think
friend of the show.
You have to be on like 3 times, and then you
become an
become a friend of the show.
There should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
You get a pin or
Ribbon,
something
like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There are these amazing,
the iconic,
yep, that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep, that was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people. But usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
friends and family, and
you got engineers, you got you got the people that are actually working.
Yes,
in
we
there
have
as well.
we have music editors, we have recordists, we have Joel, the recording engineer, is in charge of everything. Jeff, my orchestrator, is over there. We have some people from Marvel who are here, just one of their lead music editor, and we have everyone. The whole gang is here, and then plus all this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? A pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So you're a little thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done, and this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
High school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So we all know.
Much, Kathy. It's a Friday morning. Let's eat. Let's celebrate. Let's talk about food.
It's time for the Friday edition of the Connoisseur.
All right.
Do you have your Connoisseur tile?
I have my stuff. Oh, do I have my Connoisseur?
You the Preston and Steve sign?
No, hang on. We need to. Casey's going to take care of that. So we have this a sign that a listener made for us, and when the various segments on the program pop up, we can interchange it with the proper sign. So there's one for the Connoisseur. And there we go.
Yeah.
And now it's official.
How about that?
All right.
Well done, Case.
And we're going to do we will do the movie food clips in this as well. And we have a very cool prize.
All right.
To give away.
Yes,
So
you're
I'm
right. Yes.
I'm not gonna reveal what it is just yet. But
I feel like you have to because there is a date involved.
Okay. All right. So
you know what I'm saying?
All right. So we will be giving these away. We will be giving these away. Do not try to call. Not now. Wait until I play the movie clip. But we're going to be giving away a pair of tickets to join our very good friend Sarah from MMR at the screening of Vacation Friends 2 at Harrah's Pool After Dark. Now, it's going to be on August 23rd. That includes complimentary food and beverage and an overnight stay.
Wow. A hotel stay with this.
That night only.
Yeah. That's a Wednesday. It's a Wednesday night. So I believe this Wednesday coming up. So, even if you know the answer, if you don't,
These are non-transferable.
Non-transferable.
You know,
it's for that night only. So yeah.
Don't burn it up for someone else because it's a really cool prize.
Yeah. It's from 20th Century Studios and Hulu. Vacation Friends 2 stars Lil Rel Howery, Yvonne Orji, and John Cena, and Meredith Hagner, and Steve Buscemi. And it picks up a few months after the end of Vacation Friends, and it streams on Hulu Friday, August 25th. But we're having a screening of it at Harrah's in Atlantic City on the 23rd. You go out there, food, beverage. watch the movie, and you get a night at the casino. It's
The
awesome.
first one was very funny.
You stay the night. All right, so we're going to start with this. Austin, Texas-based Hormel Foods is looking to lend a helping hand to Maui.
Oh, okay.
Hawaii consumes more Spam products than any other state in the nation. 8 million cans a year in Hawaii alone.
Shane Victorino. Right? You talk about it.
Spam is a little can of hope, and it's always been there for Hawaiians, and Hormel is working with a humanitarian organization called the Convoy of Hope to get even more Spam to the island. Now, I've been there a couple of times. I've been very, very lucky to have vacations in Hawaii. And we were actually on the island of Kauai, and we were at a grocery store.
Yes.
Steve, I'm telling you, you've never seen more Spam in your life.
Different kinds of Spam?
Different kinds of Spam. You know what? I took a picture of it because I couldn't believe it. It'll take me a moment to search for it and find it in my photos. But yeah, they absolutely love Spam.
What's your favorite way to eat Spam?
Fried.
Yes, that's the
Most
only
definitely.
way. Fried Spam.
I like fried Spam. We used to make fried Spam sandwiches.
Yeah, same.
All the time, and I loved them. I grew up with those as a kid.
Can you eat it raw? I mean,
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's not raw. It's cooked. Okay, so here, I found the picture. Casey, take a look at that.
Oh, my God.
These are all the different kinds of Spam
Holy hell.
that is available.
Whoa. And that was
Kathy?
in Kauai?
Yeah, that
Oh,
was
wow.
on Kauai. I'll hold it up to the camera. I don't know. Can you guys see it on the camera? Okay. So there's I'm looking at this picture. There's
New England Spam.
Spam light, Spam teriyaki, Spam with cheese, Spam less sodium. There's a Spam called Tocino, which I'm not really familiar with, garlic Spam, turkey Spam. And that was just a portion of that row that I took a picture of.
Wow, that's a Spam mecca then.
So Hawaiians go all out for their way of life. They love to ride the wave, and they celebrate Spam by hosting a celebration of their canned meat called Spam Jam. And they create unique dishes such as Spam wontons and Spam musubi and all kinds of stuff. So the brand became a household name during World War II.
Right.
The iconic meat was sent to soldiers on the front lines, many of whom were fighting in the Pacific.
That's where my dad became a fan of Spam.
And Spam
fan.
cemented itself in that area and never left. So they love it. So Hormel Foods has been partnering with Convoy of Hope for 8 years. They've worked together to respond to other natural disasters throughout the country. And they currently have a team on the ground in Maui. And they are delivering cans of Spam to people from Hormel, along with water and hygiene products to help make life a little bit easier.
Well, that's nice. We have a Hormel here, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't there a Hormel
factory?
Not sure.
Somewhere in PA, Nick? I want to say there is, only because I want to reinforce my perhaps false statement.
So this is going to sound gross, but this is how we used to eat Spam. We would have fried Spam and cucumber with mayonnaise sandwiches.
Oh, God.
Does that sound gross, Kathy?
I mean, listen, it doesn't sound gross. It is gross.
Have you ever had Spam?
I don't think I've ever tasted Spam.
I think I could rock one of your sandwiches.
Yeah, I think I
I
could.
could. A fried Spam, but yeah.
It's now that it's been years and years since I've really had it. I have a feeling it's going to taste a little
Processed?
salty, a
Yeah.
little slightly processed.
You put cucumbers on it. It's healthy.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Cucumbers and vegetables.
Yeah. So,
I mean, listen, there's stuff that I ate as a kid that I absolutely loved, but today I'm like, it's just not the same.
Yeah.
Like, I used to love beefaroni from Chef Boyardee. I loved it so much, and now it's not that I don't love it. It's just
Case, I used to eat it cold out of the can.
that I can't do.
Yep,
That I
not a
cannot
problem.
do.
it's just that there's so much better out there.
Yeah.
Is that part of it?
Possibly. It's been a little while since I've had a beefaroni. Maybe I'll go on a beefaroni journey this weekend.
Beefaroni journey.
A friend of mine is Hawaiian. She's a chef, and she has family and friends who are out there. Some of her friends have lost their restaurants completely, so she is hosting some dinners under her brand, which is Pui Dog, and she uses Spam in some of her cooking.
Oh, wow.
So this is like
Yeah, sure.
top of the line, like extreme, really really, really good stuff.
By the way, we got an email.
From Chris.
Yeah.
While you're looking for that, if you follow Poi Dog on Instagram, that is Kiki's Dinners. There's a couple in September raising money for the Maui Fund.
Okay. We can maybe put that up on the site?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was from Chris and Josh Sapsis, and they actually listen. It says, "Aloha, Preston and Steve family. We flew in from Hawaii Wednesday night for that night's Bruce Springsteen concert. My son's first. So you can imagine the disappointment after spending $2,000 and 2 days travel to get here. I had tickets for that show and was also planning to attend the Friday night show, but my buddy sent me the announcement before we picked up a rental car, BWI, and I thought it was a joke. But my son's chance to experience the Boston E Street Band may be gone, but as always, good to be back home for a visit. I'm writing to thank you for the kind words, thoughts, and prayers for those devastated by the Maui wildfires. I remember Lahaina as it was, and now it's gone forever. And we, as a state, are pulling together with as much aloha to help our Ohana family. And it means, or our Ohana, which means family. And it means a lot when people all over are sharing their sympathy for those affected. Aloha and mahalo to you and your team for all that you do for those in need. You provide hope in the many faces of despair. Looking forward to the next podcast, and you guys rock.
Oh, wow.
I wrote back to him, and I said, listen, is there anything that we can do? And he said, just helping spreading the word is something in and of itself. But then he said, Steve, maybe we could talk Bruce Springsteen coming to Hawaii, doing a show there.
I think so.
All right, by the way, Hormel Foods.
I love spam.
Hormel Foods does have a location in Lebanon, New Jersey.
There we go.
So
All
there we
right,
go.
close enough.
All right, first movie clip. And keep in mind, don't call if you can't go to this event next Wednesday in Atlantic City. It's an overnight stay. It's food and drink. It's the movie. It's all of that. But don't call unless you can actually go, okay? So here's our first clip from a movie that features a food moment. What movie is this from?
Now, would you care for a cup of tea with your egg?
Yes, thank you. I'm starving, actually.
Have a seat.
It's delicious.
Good.
God, I haven't had real butter since I was a little girl.
All right, let's see if you know what movie that's from. 215-263-WMMR. Order up. Next story. All right, so if you like to indulge when you eat out, this story is for you. A Washington State University study found that larger font sizes on menus can help diners make healthier food choices.
Wow. So just being able to see more stuff on the menu helps, right?
I guess so.
Or are you more inclined to...
Why would you choose the healthier option if it was bigger?
Yeah.
Participants were asked to choose between items like a beef burger and a grilled chicken sandwich. Nutrition facts were listed in various sizes across several groups. When the lower calorie options were described in larger fonts, respondents were more likely to select them.
Fonts?
Just the font. Yeah. Just the font size will get you to choose something.
Oh, one of the things I hate absolutely more than anything else, and restaurants will do it periodically, they'll get creative with the colors on their menu. And so it'll be like a light purple on a pink.
And you can't read it.
You can't read it.
Yeah. I sometimes there are menus that have little almost emojis.
Yeah.
By their
Stop that.
by their food choices. And some of them, I can't find the little key to tell me what exactly that emoji means.
Does this mean gluten or no gluten? Does
Yeah.
this mean calorically it's less than 500 calories?
Or spicy or not spicy.
Yeah.
And
made of spam or not.
Kind of throws me off a little bit. So according to the researching professor, he said healthy food items could be profitable for restaurants, but whenever a healthy label is attached, people may assume that it does not taste good. And we're trying to provide restaurants with subtle cues rather than saying it out loud. So if it's saying it's healthier, you might be more inclined to choose it if it's actually just if the
little bit
font
bigger.
is a little bit larger. Isn't that weird?
It is kind of weird.
That we gravitate towards things like that. There are menus that'll sell me on an item, for whatever reason.
Do pictures work for you?
No,
Not
because it never really
really.
looks like that, right?
Not really. I mean, I'll see something on someone else's plate on another table and go, ooh, what's that? That looks really
I'll
good.
have what she's having.
Yeah.
Because that's what's actually coming out. I feel like those pictures, most of the time, on menus are not gonna. You're not getting that.
Kathy, the funniest are like some of the Long Island has a whole bunch of diners and they've been around for decades. And you go in the menu is a picture of a burger that was taken in 1951.
Kathy, you know what gets me sometimes is pictures of different margaritas. Like I'll see like what the flavor is, and then they'll put the salt around it. And I'm like, oh. That's appealing.
Yeah, tropical drinks.
Yeah.
The picture can sell me on that. Definitely.
It's just got to come out that way.
All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from.
Now, would you care for a cup of tea with your egg?
Yes, thank you. I'm starving, actually.
Have a seat.
That's delicious.
Good.
God, I haven't had real butter since I was a little girl.
All right, we're going to go to Ed, see if he knows. Hey, Ed, good morning.
We lost him.
Oh, Ed's not there. That's all right, because we have Janelle who's going to answer the question. Hi, Janelle.
Hi.
Hi. All right, Janelle, do you know what movie that clip is from?
I do. It's from V for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta. Absolutely correct. Now, Janelle, can you go to the event next Wednesday at in AC at Harrah's?
I absolutely can. I'll call out of work.
Excellent. You're going to have a great time.
All right, hang on a second, Janelle, because Sarah's going to be there. It's a screening of Vacation Friends 2, and it's at Harrah's Pool After Dark, which is really
it's
cool.
An awesome place.
And it includes complimentary food and beverage and an overnight stay as well. It's from 20th Century Studios and Hulu, Vacation Friends 2, and it's going to be in theater, or not in theater, it's going to be streaming on Hulu Friday, August 25th.
I love this.
So congratulations. All right. We'll play another clip.
Okay.
See if we can get another one. We have 4 of these and only 4 of these to give away. Let's see if you know what movie this clip is from.
I'm going to dip this potato in some crushed Vicodin. And there's nobody who can stop me.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. All right, next story. Order up. Here we go. Here's a local story. So, and I want to get Marissa's take on this when she comes back. Because there was a restaurant that had opened up in Rittenhouse called Bankroll. All right. And it was a fine dining sports bar.
Closed fast.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw this.
It was backed by Doylestown venture capitalist Paul Martino.
I got invited to go, and I couldn't make the night that the invitation happened. I was like, I'll go another time.
Yeah.
I'm not going another time. Yeah.
So it launched in the former Boyd Theater in Rittenhouse after a 2-year, $25 million renovation.
Wow.
Wait, where did you say it was?
Rittenhouse.
No, I know, but it took over
the former Boyd Theater.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so when it opened last March, public reaction included confusion over what the venue was meant to be. By the way, I got this story out of Billy Penn, and it says they were wondering who it was targeting because it had a menu of caviar selections, $200 steaks, and $18 beers.
Whoa.
March Madness brought a bump in business, but it didn't last, according to former employees who told Billy Penn that they felt closure was inevitable despite reassurances offered by the executive team.
So they were going ultra high end.
Yeah, but it was a sports bar type of vibe.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of like
It's like a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Well, no, I'm thinking like a higher end casino, but no gambling, like that type of feel.
Are you dropping that kind of money at a casino restaurant?
Well, I mean, they're trying to sell memberships. Like it was like what's the other place in town, Nick, that had the pool and all of that?
The Fittler Club.
Yeah, so like that, but restaurant style.
Yeah, and they were going to try and put in a betting parlor as well. So I guess sports betting.
Okay.
So in June, Bankroll furloughed the majority of its staff over email with no prior warning, promising a return to full operations in time for football season. A few days before it was revealed, owners were seeking $4 million in debt refinancing.
Whoa.
A few weeks later, the venue announced that it would not be reopening in the fall. And so now they're auctioning off their entire inventory.
Oh. Whoa.
And there are 1,244 lots that are organized by Quaker City auctioneers. One of the prime items is the liquor license, because those are hard to come by.
Wow. Should we get it?
Let's get the liquor license.
We can start serving alcohol out of the studio.
Right.
No, but listen, so Billy Penn came up with some of the more interesting items that are up for auction.
Okay.
That I'll pass along to you. So it's everything from kitchen equipment to front house furnishings to clearing out the booze. Some of the more interesting items include a sushi robot.
Oh, one of those things.
Bankroll's menus hardly mention sushi of any kind, but that apparently didn't stop the venue from adding a robot to its kitchen arsenal. It is the Autec ASM 8800A. It's a beast capable of pumping out 450 sushi rolls or 720 rice sheets per hour.
Wow.
With a built-in heat retainer to keep rice at its ideal temperature. The same model goes for about $12,000 used online.
And sorry, what is the price, or it's an auction?
It's an auction.
What's the auction price starting? What, did they mention what they're starting at?
For this one, no.
All right.
No, I'm sorry. So the original retail price of $20,000, but Bankroll has it listed at $3,000.
I mean, I feel like we should just get it.
Just to have it.
Now that we have our liquor license.
Just because it's a deal. And so far, it has attracted a single bid. I don't know when the bidding ends on
Is it another robot that bid on it?
Maybe.
I need a girlfriend.
They also have a $12,000 ice cream maker. It's a 3-horsepower ice cream maker from Caprigiani.
Hey!
Originally listing of $3,000 to $4,800.
How much?
Just over a third of its original cost is $12,000
By the
retail.
way, these are the starting bid prices, right? The second price, right? Is what they're going to start the bidding
It
at?
started at $3,000. I believe it is now at $4,800.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So yeah, if you want an ice cream maker, they got a pretty badass one there. Then there's tons of booze, hundreds of lots, some containing as many as 29 bottles per lot, and a few considerably more, like a 43-bottle batch of Trefethen Dry Riesling. Kathy, there's a lot of wine to be bought. Individual bottles of, and I'm going to mess up these names, Promontory and Colgan wines are listed at $350 each.
Colgan wines?
Nope.
Oh.
Colgan.
Oh.
And then Harlan at $500 a bottle.
So it's like all high-end stuff that they're selling for cheaper. How do you get in on this auction?
What would you expect to pay for this amazing package?
Kath, I don't really know.
I mean, I would love to look at all the stuff if there's like a list.
But they also have some more reasonable things, like a bundle of 17 1-liter Kettle One bottles is priced at $350. Dude,
that's
that's
not bad.
nothing.
That's what I mean. I'd go pick that up.
17 1-liter bottles.
You know who should buy that is another restaurant.
Oh, yeah. And they probably will.
Yeah.
Well, we just
Also-
opened one. We got a liquor license.
They have a trio of Macallan Highland single malt, 15 years at $200.
What about you, Preston? Is that scotch you're talking about? What is it?
That's scotch, so I wouldn't buy that. On the higher end, a 13-bottle bundle of Jay-Z's Armand de Brignac, which is there are 9 rosé and 4 brut, and that still sits at $1,700.
Jesus.
While a few bidders have volleyed a 3-bottle case of 2012 Salon Les Mesnil Blanc de Blancs champagnes for $1,450 from an opening bid of $1,000.
How much for breadsticks?
They didn't mention any breadsticks. However, there are a lot of uniforms that are up for sale, too.
Oh, now you're talking.
Uniforms were apparently a debacle of their own at Bankroll. Former GM Jerome Jones recalled thousands spent on staff outfits that were ultimately shelved because they didn't meet the CEO's liking, and the result was apparently, quote, this whole cycle of different uniforms. So there are a lot of uniforms that are up for auction as well.
So the guy that invited me to this was also an investor, and I texted him saying that we were talking about Bankroll right now. He said it was a crap show, that it was a project from hell, beautiful space, terrible execution. And he says he walked through it last week. It's beautiful stuff, but he wants to forget about it.
Wow.
That's a shame.
I guess they were just aiming way too high.
And it did actually open?
Yes, and it was only open for less than a year.
Wow.
Oh, that's a shame.
They have assorted toilet paper and cleaning supplies, Kathy.
Toilet paper.
How much?
For wiping your ass.
They have giant wall screens, 8 foot by 9 foot. There's an 8 foot by 9 foot screen. Steve, it's a $5,000 opening bid, far below the tens of thousands.
That's sensational.
That manufacturer SNA displays list starting point of line for its products.
But you know what's going to happen. I mean, so as the bidding goes, it'll go up. It'll get a crazy. Well, listen, you can still probably get it at a savings. Yeah, I mean, it's the whole purpose of it. But I've always, when they have like industry, they used to have one, the restaurant supply store on Main Street, Manayunk. They'll have some stuff that it's worth looking at and purchasing now and then.
I heard that this place was a cool spot to go, watch sporting events, but targeting it as a sports bar just never worked because of the prices.
Right.
It was awesome. I did go there. It was really cool. My friend described it perfectly as like adult Xfinity Live. Like if you wanted to go to Xfinity Live and get bottle service, but wear stilettos, like that's where you would go.
But it was they aimed too high. Apparently, it didn't have an audience.
I think I look too slutty in stilettos.
I don't understand why though. Like Rittenhouse, like all of those, like those law firms, those like all the businesses, all those people that like this stuff that want to go and watch sports and like higher end things. I don't know. To me, I would have figured it would have worked.
Maybe they don't mix well. You know what I mean? Maybe sports bar and high end doesn't mix well.
I think it's two things, Kathy. One, it opened at a weird time. It was like last spring. So like if maybe it opened during football season, that would have been a little better. The Flyers weren't great. We had some Sixers stuff, but it wasn't whatever. And then it was very expensive.
I know.
The food was expensive. The drinks were expensive.
$200 steaks and $18 beers.
Yeah.
That's
And
ridiculous.
That's pricey.
The place is huge. Like it was my like Gap outlet was the restaurant, and then the whole movie theater was like the sports bar place with these things. It was really cool space. Hopefully somebody fills it in.
They also have a bunch of Xbox consoles for sale, Steve.
It's pretty cool.
All 2022 edition, sporting 2 controllers each. No games are included. Savings to be made from the listed lot prices, $180 to $195. It's $350 retail, so
That's not bad at all.
Save some money.
Kathy.
I just want to, and I'm looking. I can't find how I can get in on this.
The name of the firm is where I had it.
How do we get in on this amazing offer? Sorry, Tennessee.
Wait, did you mention the bacon rack yet?
The bacon
What?
racks. So it's an app. The Bankrolls Billionaire Bacon Appetizer consisted of 3 strips of bacon. Now they were thick cut,
right?
Okay.
Hanging from a miniature rack alongside a pair of tiny tongs and some pickles.
Oh,
$26.
Yeah, for 3 pieces of
3
bacon.
pieces of bacon and some pickles.
And pickles.
How much?
And
$26.
pickles, guys.
I think the auction ended on the 16th.
Oh, man.
Are you kidding me?
Is the sushi roller gone?
This means we're out one liquor license.
I want a sushi robot. All right, let's see if we can get a winner with our movie clip. We're trying to find out what movie this food clip is from.
I'm gonna dip this potato in some crushed Vicodin. There's nobody who can stop me.
All right, it's a food clip, it's a movie, and Jen is going to try to answer. Hi, Jen, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
All right, Jen, what movie is that clip from?
Is it The Martian?
It is The Martian. Well done. All right, Jen, we're going to send you to Harrah's and the pool after dark on the 23rd next week, and we'll set you up with complimentary food and beverage and an overnight stay as well. And you'll be able to watch the movie and enjoy, all right?
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, congratulations. Hang on the line. Don't forget that Hulu Vacation Friends 2 is streaming on Hulu Friday, August 25th, and it picks up just a few months after the end of Vacation Friends.
Some damn good prizage here.
Yeah, we're giving away some good stuff here.
We're like bribing people to like the segment.
I want to do the one you chose, Casey.
All right.
Casey pulled up a really good food clip from a movie. If you guys ever have suggestions, let me know,
Absolutely.
because there are loads of them, and I don't always... I can't always think of one.
No.
And so...
I mean, you're contemplating your next murder.
Casey...
Yeah.
It was a dream.
Okay.
I had a dream. Here's the movie clip. What movie is this for? Call only if you can go next Wednesday, okay? Here it is.
I want the Villa Scallopini. I want a fettuccine Alfredo. A bottle of fettuccine in 1981.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know. All right, order up. Another local story. Philly Pretzel Factory.
Love it.
Oh, yeah.
Has a new pretzel pizza that they have come up with.
It's only in is it only in one location?
One location right now. They're going to be getting it to another location soon, but let me tell you about this pizza.
Let me tell you about White Chicks.
It's available plain or topped with pepperoni, and it was developed and tested over the last 2 years.
Oh, that's a good testing period.
It uses Philly Pretzel Factory flour as a pretzel-flavored base and does not compromise the pizza taste that customers want. All of the pies are hand-tossed and made 12 inches, since they tend to bake better at that size for a crispy, thin crust style pizza. So you can only get it at one size because that's the way that it comes out best.
I
like
love
that.
pretzeled bread. I love pretzeled rolls for burgers. I mean, they're the applications are far and wide. So I am intrigued, sir. by the pretzel pizza.
I need to know what kind of like sauce is used, like because that. Now that the crust is taken care of, like the next big thing.
I'm listening. Right,
is the type of sauce. You got to use San Marzano tomatoes, man.
What about cheese? Standard?
I think standard.
Okay.
I like mozzarella provolone.
What's the location?
So that is a good question,
Mayfair.
Kathy. That's the location, the Mayfair location.
We can
the
stop
company
by
is
and pick
hoping-
up our liquor license.
They're hoping to reinvigorate the brand with its pretzel pizza and other new products that it is testing. It's only available at the Mayfair shop for now, which is a corporate store, and one franchise location in Virginia Beach for now.
I don't know if this is legal, but if they were to drop off a whole bunch, we'd give them free commercials.
Okay.
Is that?
No, that's fine. No,
is
we're
that
not allowed.
specifically stated that we can't do that?
It goes against
all right.
company policy.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Pretzel pizzas can be ordered and delivered during using DoorDash and other participating apps. In the coming weeks, the pretzel pies will be available at more locations. The goal is to roll them out to all the stores by late fall of this year.
That's
Casey.
excellent.
So pretty quickly.
All right, do you have the address by any chance? You said Mayfair.
Nope.
I'm wondering if it's the one that's on Frankfurt Ave, because if it is, it's open now, and we could probably send somebody to go get like 4 or 5 of these.
Yeah, case 7366 Frankfurt Avenue.
They're open, man. They open.
Okay.
All right, see you guys in a little bit.
You a mom.
You a mom.
You a mom.
You a mom.
So I think that's great news. I'm intrigued. I personally haven't even had it, and I think it's
It
great.
looks good.
It looks very good.
I would definitely get the pepperoni on it. I think that would bring it home, definitely. But that's all they have now is cheese and pepperoni.
How much tanginess do you like in your tomato sauce? Because I like a little bit of, hits you in the back of the...
Sweet?
Yeah,
You like
no,
go sweet?
like tangy, like almost like...
Citrusy?
Yeah, a little bit of citrus attached to it.
I like that.
Is there do you have an example of a place that does that?
Oh, man. Well, there's a place called Campus Corner in Villanova, and they kind of have it, and that's why I like it. And Casey, your point is dead on. Like for me anyway, the sauce makes the pizza.
Mm-hmm.
You can go average to above average on cheese, but if you don't have a good sauce, the pizza sucks.
Would you agree, though, that a pizza of all the food item menus or menu items is you have to give a little extra effort to screw up a pizza?
Yeah. It's pretty.
I mean,
the blueprint is there, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but there is definitely
Bad
bad
pizza.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
Like where I've had it, I'm like, this is not worth it.
Do you know, I
Like,
think
this
what
isn't worth
trains us, though, Kathy, to be accepting of the wide swath of available pizza is pizza day at school. We used to have, some schools would actually go and go to a local pizzeria and get pizza. We didn't have that. We had school
same.
crap pizza, but we still loved it.
So the interesting thing about pizza is every now and then, one of them can surprise you out of a place you would not expect to get good pizza. Like I've been at a bowling alley and had a slice of pizza and gone, oh my God. This is really good pizza.
And they serve it in rented shoes.
But I mean, it can pop up like you wouldn't expect to get a nice salmon fillet at a bowling alley.
Right. Wawa. I was saying earlier, I see a lot of people finally taking advantage of the Wawa pizza and speaking glowingly of it.
I get mad when I have a bad piece of pizza because, like, if that's what you do, like, you're a pizza place. How could you have bad pizza?
How dare you,
Fix
sir?
this.
How dare you?
Fix this. You should be able to do this properly.
You lose.
Yeah. By the way, these pizzas, cheese pizza, $5.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah,
For
for 12-inch?
Yeah, pepperoni, $6.50.
Okay.
I'm serious. I'm ordering
All right,
this
send
right
somebody,
now.
send
We gotta
somebody.
send somebody. Kyle's not doing anything. Kyle, go.
As long,
He just
Casey,
left.
as long as you buy him a pizza,
I'll
he
buy
will
you
go.
a pizza, Kyle.
He just ran down the hall. All right, let's see.
Nothing.
Let's see.
You lose.
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what clip this movie is from.
I want the Villa Scallopini. I want a fettuccine Alfredo. A bottle of fettuccine in 1981.
All right, we're going to go to Kevin, see if he knows. Say, Kevin, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, buddy, what movie is that food clip from?
Well, that would be the Goonies.
It is.
Well done.
That's Corey Feldman delivering
Yes,
that
it
line,
is.
right, Mal?
Fine actor.
Wow.
Amazing
All right.
singer.
Dude, if you can go, we're going to give you a chance to get an overnight stay at Harrah's in Atlantic City on Wednesday. Can you do it?
I can do it.
Yeah! Love it.
You're there.
And you get to see an awesome movie, Vacation Friends 2, at Harris Pool After Dark. Complimentary food and beverage and overnight stays from 20th Century Studios and Hulu. Lil Ray's in it. John Cena, Meredith Hagner, Steve Buscemi, a whole bunch of people. And it picks up a few months after the end of Vacation Friends, and it begins streaming on Hulu on Friday, August 25th. We'll just do one more of these overnight stays. Casey, pick whatever you like.
I'm all set up.
All right, this is a pretty easy one. What movie is this food clip from?
What you got in there is good to eat.
Well, we got Big Cheap Burgers, Bongo Burgers, Footlongs, Corny Dogs, Frosty Shakes, Creamy Bars. Did you want me to go through the whole list?
Reckon what you like to eat in there.
Well, the French fries are pretty good.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that is from. All right, order up. Let's get another one in here. Let's see. Do you want another local story, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. The Shipwreck Saloon Cocktail Experience is coming up. It's a national traveling immersive experience. It's going to be at Penn's Landing, and it's August 24th through the 27th.
Yeah, I didn't like that it was kind of Halloween-esque, and they're doing it in August.
Okay.
I wanted it as a fall activity.
Well, it's pirate themed. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, but she's always working on the list.
Rockstar Beer Festivals takes over one of Philadelphia's most historic tall ships at the Gazella Primario.
Hey.
And it's an evening of pirate cocktails and high seas hijinks. High sea hijinks.
So the drink high sea?
Nope. Like you're out on the high seas.
All right.
Just like that. And they'll be doing all kinds of pirate stuff. So
and where is this again?
It's Penn's Landing.
Okay.
It's on the Gazella Primario.
Hey!
Is that why High C is named High C?
You know what?
I
always
No,
thought
I
it was
think it's
high
the C
vitamin
word.
Vitamin C.
Yeah. Vitamin C, but
is it a
high
play on words?
C's may be.
No, the C stands for the C word.
The C word.
Oh, really? That's
See you next
bizarre.
Tuesday.
Blankadoodle-doo.
So it combines the allure of mixology, ghostly legends, swashbuckling pirates, and the finest rum and mesmerizing entertainment.
It actually looks pretty good, but I agree with Kathy. It seems a little weird to have something with that sort of flavor to it in August. So there, I rest my case.
Okay.
Defense rest.
Yeah.
You about to say something?
No, well, I'm ordering.
Do you want a
these
kiss,
pizzas.
Preston?
I'm legit ordering this. Should I do this or
He's holding the microphone
What,
as
is
if he
this
has
a
something to
pizza
say.
place?
He's ordering pretzel pizza.
The pretzel pizza.
Yeah,
dude.
Kyle's going to go get it. I'm just wondering
Pretzel
if I
pizza,
should,
please.
if I should pay for it or if I should wait for it. Hey, they're a client. Come on, Philly Pretzel.
Wait a second.
Do I have to
We
spend
said we'd give you
$42?
free commercials.
Yeah.
Pay for it. I'll give you some money if you
We'll
want.
pay for pretzel pizza.
It's in Mayfair. It's 26 minutes away.
So
6 minutes away. It's 9. Okay.
Yeah,
How
they
long-
carry the one.
what's the pickup time?
Half hour.
Which is perfect.
Yeah. 2027.
All right. Anyway, what are the numbers?
That was my expiration date.
Oh,
Preston's credit card.
Putting in his credit card. Put some sausage on there for Pierre.
all right.
Dude, wait. Please provide your contact info. I just did.
Well,
Sorry,
you finish
guys.
this out. Don't talk. You handle it, and we'll carry on. You're doing something very important, and we give you carte blanche.
I just bought it.
Dennis.
Are you getting plain too?
I'm getting 3 plain and 3 pepperonis.
All right, fine.
Wow.
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Dude, they're small.
Fine, I'll
Yeah,
taste
they're
it.
like personal pizzas.
Yeah.
Well, 12 inches a little bit. Usually it's the 8 inches is the personal size, I think.
Well,
Anyway.
it's always
Anyway,
the
come
right
on, guys.
side.
Get off my back.
Yeah. Leave him alone and let's get a winner.
Doing
and
show prep.
See if somebody knows what movie this is from.
What you got in there is good to eat.
Well, we got Big Cheap Burgers, Bongo Burgers, Footlongs, Corny Dogs, Frosty Shakes, Creamy Bars. Did you want me to go through the whole list?
Reckon what you like to eat in there.
Well, the French fries are pretty good.
All right, we're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning to see you. Joe, what movie is it?
Sling Blade.
Of course, it's Sling Blade. You got it, buddy. That is correct. And since you got that right, you get to go to the screening of Vacation Friends 2 at Harris Pool After Dark on Wednesday, August 23rd. Complimentary food and beverage and an overnight stay. My man, how does that sound?
That's awesome. My wife's birthday is the 24th.
Oh, yes.
That's terrific.
Wow.
Phenomenal. You guys will have a great time. Hang on the line. It's from 20th Century Studios and Hulu. Vacation Friends 2 stars Lil Ray Howery. Yvonne Orgy and John Cena and Meredith Hagner and Steve Buscemi.
And Sarah's the host, right?
And Sarah will be hosting it, yep. And it picks up a few months after the end of Vacation Friends, and it begins streaming on Hulu Friday, August 25th. One more quick story.
All right. Oh, hey, all
if you don't mind. Because this sounds pretty yummy. Chick-fil-A is adding a honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich to its menu.
Repeat that.
On August 28th, a honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich.
Okay.
So, like a pimento chicken sandwich is kind of a southern delicacy.
I do love pimento.
And they serve those, I believe, at the Masters.
Is that right?
And I've always wanted to have one. And I love pimento cheese, man. I grew up on that stuff. There you go.
I'll never forget the first time I had a pimento sandwich. It was at the Masters.
The sandwich is made with original Chick-fil-A creamy pimento cheese, pickled jalapenos on a toasted bun.
This is good.
By the way, I saw at the last Masters, one of the things that the Masters prides itself on
is golf.
Besides golf, is they have very reasonably priced concessions.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is well known.
They know that you are already
Spending
a lot of money to be there and to do all the Masters, all the things that surround the Masters. And the food is very good and very inexpensive.
Yeah.
And so I saw where one of the journalists was buying everything he could for like $30, and he had bought like tons of food.
Wow.
And beer along with
well,
it.
you know, that's kind of cool that they would do that because they could certainly take advantage of that clientele.
Most definitely.
How did we get you there, Preston? Like to Augusta one year?
I don't know.
We're talking actual directions.
Yes. 95 will take you most of the way there.
All right, then
No,
answer my question.
Nick, I agree. Well, that is
You generally by the book you have to enter into a lottery, and then if you're chosen, then you're allowed to purchase.
You don't know
tickets.
enough people that can bypass.
Not that I know of. I've never really talked to anybody who's got workarounds. Now, there are travel agencies that will sell packages that you can buy into. And I looked into one. A guy that I know went to one. He said, this is the company. We had a phenomenal time. It was excellent. Food, all this stuff was taken care of. And that company's now out of business. I called him. I tried to set that up.
What do you think a package like that would go for?
Oh, $5,000 or something like that, probably.
Steve, what about that free advertising thing you were talking about?
Yeah, if we can give free advertising to
we can work that
I have not ever heard that mentioned specifically in radio. All right, maybe I have. You know who's got? Well, Kevin's gone, right?
Kevin entered into the lottery and got tickets that way, I believe.
Did he just one year? John Kincaid down the hall.
He might, because he used to work down there in not in Augusta, but Atlanta.
Wow, all right.
I don't know how close are Atlanta and Augusta.
I don't know.
Not sure. But anyway, if you can't get to the Masters, Chick-fil-A has
see Lion King.
honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich on its menu starting August 28th, and it's a limited time while supplies last.
We should send you on a road trip with Jackie Bam Bam.
Oh, I've heard of that.
I love golf.
Sounds familiar. Yeah.
They're about 2 hours apart, Case.
Okay, that's pretty close.
That's not bad. All right, that's it. That's all the time we have for the Connoisseur.
All right.
So
It was a good one.
Hope you guys have enjoyed, and thank you for stopping by.
And killer prizes.
And we might have a pretzel pizza.
Oh, no. It's definitely, unless Kyle's car breaks down, because he's gone.
Oh, really?
He did? He did?
Oh, yeah.
He's
that's,
gone.
That's like hanging half a sheep in front of a great white shark.
So, but and Kyle, I know you're listening. You can have one pizza on your way back, all right? But
he's going to come back with empty boxes.
He can eat.
He can. And also, I hope his car, he needs a new car.
Oh, no, really?
I think he wants to get a Hyundai. So, free advertising to any Hyundai dealers out there that want to.
We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment, and we're going to get Bo Johnson in, who's performing at Punchline this weekend. So stay with us. We'll return in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to love him so much.
Another Brit playing an American character.
Yeah,
by
well,
the
you know,
way.
they got amazing actors over there, right?
It's true.
Come on.
Where are
Benny
we?
Hill show.
Right.
I mean, this guy, it's on.
The list starts there.
Yeah.
So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They are still. They're still editing slightly. You know, now from now on, I think they'll be, maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff as you saw today. A lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running, the movie's
That's
in the
done.
can, it's
No.
done, it's ready to go. And it's not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the
no,
music
no.
hasn't even been added to it yet. There's
No.
all these visual things that need to be
There's
fixed.
so much still going on in the film at this point, and it comes out in July, so it's just there's not much time left.
Wow.
But it's the way it always is
Yeah.
nowadays with films. It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. Everyone is different in the creative process, so you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet. Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you see what goes on behind the scenes is the musicians that you have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit, that's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play.
And to
no matter
listen
what
to
is.
we would never be able to tell. 'Cause
No.
we were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible. But to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on
Yeah,
end.
no.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on the cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck
Yeah.
in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so I got in there and I did that, and that was fine. But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play, and so my fingers are rusty. But I get around it. It's fine.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that. Are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on completely diametrically opposed,
You mean like
storylines
maybe
and
films with apes in it?
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just, we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday. And then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, but it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and but luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, the last Planet of the Apes, and this one, and right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah,
or-
Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes. Because what we do, a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this,
Yeah.
we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or
Right.
an electric guitar or something like
Take
that.
something out.
Take something
Use it,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene
Mm-hmm.
and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes if, the first time you play it through, the percussion guys, they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure it can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's
Right.
right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it.
Yes.
Because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it,
Right.
meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that
We
you
have a
work on, you
keyboard,
get
we
an
have
idea.
mock-ups. We get, I can do orchestral mock-ups or with fake French horns and all
Okay.
of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up to let anyone hear it? And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me.
Yeah.
This sounds like crap right now,
Yeah.
but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing. You know?
Yeah.
And that's, you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just,
Yeah.
they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is playing on this film. Who
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening and stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room.
I know.
While they were...
They're so nice. Him and Walter.
Yeah.
They're amazing, and they're always a pair. Like they've been working on my films for ever.
And
so you use them regularly?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's worked with McCartney. He's worked with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me.
Yeah.
Sadly, he's like, yeah.
He's getting a check though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
We have today, this afternoon, we're gonna do some what we a band afternoon where we have like the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues, and then we have 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time
No,
to
it
me,
goes-
as opposed to, I mean, filming is a different story, and they
Yeah.
shoot a lot and then
Yeah.
cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something
Yeah.
like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
it.
I mean, there's a lot of work
I
leading up
spend
to
like,
it. but-
maybe on both of these I did fairly quickly, so I might spend 3, you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks, but anywhere between, 4 to 8 weeks. Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks, and that was a nightmare because of the schedule, the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
How to write the whole thing.
It's not like it's an iconic movie. Or
Yeah, it's not, you can mess that one up and throw it on the
No
pile.
one will ever notice.
God, that's crazy.
So yeah,
man.
so that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that Star Wars happened like literally like finishing Doctor Strange and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, come on, every morning I look up, there's stormtroopers on I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
It's really cool to be a part of this, but like for us in the Marvel universe and all of these intersect, we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever, and so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of things.
Right.
No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was like always telling you, come on, you got to come out, you got to see what happens here, you got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, I was at the movie, credits come up, and it says music, and I didn't know you'd done the music. Music by Michael Giacchino. I'm like, friend of the show! Friend of the show!
You were sitting right next to him.
You're like, Giacchino! Friend of the show!
We know that guy. So you did that. You did Rogue One last year. You have Spider-Man and Apes this year, and then we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the other ones that are coming up. I don't know if you're allowed to say or not.
Yeah, some yes, some no. But I have Incredibles 2 actually is coming up. I'll start writing that probably in the fall, and then also after that is Jurassic World 2.
Wow.
Right after that, so we'll be doing that around this time next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But the biggest of the bigs out there. I mean, like these are tentpole movies.
Small little movies.
Right,
Very
indies.
small. I only work on independent films that that's small stuff.
Who would have knew a kid from South Jersey, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look at that
See,
guy.
I know how to sneak into places.
Sneaking into the vet,
Yeah, exactly.
Spectrum.
I know how to do all that.
You learn how to do it.
Sneak
That's
into
awesome.
Hollywood. I know how to do it.
Do you think you'll ever do any more live scoring with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man or anything
We
like
want
that?
to,
Oh,
yeah,
that'd be
absolutely.
great.
We'd love to do the third Star Trek film with them. Absolutely, because we did the other ones. We'd love to do that one.
They're so much fun, and the Man is a great place to
Yeah.
to see anything, to witness anything. But when you get the live scoring, last year I went and saw Back to the Future.
That was fun,
and
right?
it was a blast.
It's
you
so
know,
much fun to do. We're trying to get Rogue One figured out where we're going to do that because we're preparing that. But yeah, we're always looking to do that kind of stuff. We want to do Up. We want to do. There's so many. And that's what's so nice about the films I get to work on. they're the kind of things where you can take them to an audience like that, and people will come and see them. Because these Pixar films are amazing, and they're all just fun movies that you want to go and hang out and have fun watching. So.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having us here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We're excited.
Glad you came.
Taking a lunch break, then going back to work. So, Michael Giacchino.
Nice job.
Yes. What caused a herd of cows to jump to its death from a cliff in Switzerland last week? That is the question pondered by farming experts in the area.
You know what they're labeling this, Preston?
No. Oh.
An utter catastrophe. Oh, my God! It's been a while. But the return of the utter catastrophe joke.
I never see that setup coming. I get these stories ready to go in the morning and sometimes think, I wonder what Steve will say about this.
But they don't know what moved them to do that?
Man, we're milking this one!
No one knows what may have steered them off of the cliff.
It just doesn't stop!
Yeah.
Still going.
Before they had to hoof it out.
All right.
Okay.
What else you got?
Teats. All right, anyhow, the 13 Heron cows broke...
The crowd loved it.
They did.
You can hear the applause.
Broke out of their pen, ran towards a cliff, and either fell or threw themselves off the 50-meter drop last Wednesday night. Wow. 12 of them died. The 13th actually survived, probably because it landed on the others, but was injured and taken to an animal hospital. The cows broke through several lines around the pasture before finding themselves on the ridge. They fell into the void as though they were forced into it. The president of farming insurance company in the region told the paper, in total, the cows were thought to be worth about 20,000 francs.
They're saying the remaining cow's odds are half and half.
God.
Got one more.
Oh, my God. That one I actually like. Okay. That was good. They belong, even though it was cheesy.
It's a dairy product.
That's right. So they belong to several owners, but were all grazing on land belonging to a local couple who said that they thought some kind of predator must have chased the beasts off the cliff.
That must have been one hell of a predator. It's not.
Yeah.
They're not even considering a suicide cult.
Nevertheless, the behavior was
a bovine suicide cult.
Yeah. I think they need to consider all.
We're just cows.
In a new study, the finding of which was published in the Journal of Molecular Psychiatry.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
Has said that women are more likely to have a mind-reading gene mutation that gives them the ability to read a person's thoughts and emotions by looking at their eyes. The scientists found that the genetic variants on chromosome 3 in women are associated with their ability to read the mind and the eyes, known as cognitive empathy.
Yes.
Which is an interesting term.
Yeah, I could see that, though.
Yeah.
Do you find that you're intuitive, Kathy? Like when, for example, Dennis sees your Target bill. Can you see into his eyes?
No, but I think I could look... and more so, though, with men than women. Like if do you know what I'm saying? Like, if it was a girlfriend of mine, I'm not sure that I would necessarily be able to tell. Maybe that's because we're I don't know, better at hiding.
Cancel each other out.
Or something like that. But, yeah, and not, and like maybe you guys, too, or other men that I'm close with.
Do you want to see my defensive face so that I can show?
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Right, Preston?
Yeah, you look stupid.
Yeah.
I know that face.
I go gump. I'm going gump.
I'm going dumb. I'm going gump. So our next guest will be appearing at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. There are two shows each night, 7:30 and 9:45. And this is the first time visiting our show. Please welcome Bo Johnson.
Yay! Hello, thank you for having me.
Nice to see you, Bo. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Has Philly been a stop for you before? Have you been through town?
I've been here once for just a night at a time. So this is the first time I can wander around a little bit more.
Okay.
I'm so impressed by how quickly you can read all of that. Sometimes I'll just be doing karaoke and I'm like, I can't even keep up up with the words in the song. So
Thank you.
She's got a very fast delivery, quick delivery. When you do karaoke, what is what do you like to sing?
Anything where it's a duet where a stronger person can carry the song.
So you just hang in the back. Now, I was reading about you that you went through like a massive Aerosmith phase, and I think you're very Steven Tyler-esque.
Oh, I mean, I don't know where you read this, but when I was in middle school, I only listened to jazz clarinet for a while.
Right, I saw
clarinet,
that. Yeah.
And then starting in middle school, like right when the iTunes store came on, that's when I kind of like found other music.
Okay.
And so my iPod was only Black Eyed Peas because that was the top artist in iTunes. And then my one friend at the new school was like, you like music? If you want music, you should listen to Aerosmith. So I was like, I like two bands, the Black Eyed Peas and Aerosmith.
Did you play jazz clarinet?
Oh, not jazz clarinet, but I played regular clarinet, and I thought jazz clarinet was like the coolest thing.
Right.
I was rooted in the 60s still.
Right.
So I only had like Artie Shaw and Benny Goodman, who are probably the only two successful clarinet players to this day.
Yeah. That's still pretty cool, though.
This is really drawing people to the shows tonight.
I was in band and all through junior high and high school, through middle school and high school. And I remember I always looked at the clarinets. The clarinet section always looked sad to me. I don't know why.
It's not a cool instrument.
I know. It's a great instrument. It's a beautiful instrument, but it's not a cool instrument.
In fact, they made Squidward a clarinet player. Just
Good point.
That's true. I guess that's
good point.
But you mentioned two of the legends, on it.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time, and it still can evoke, a good response. It's just there are, as they say in the parlance, instruments that will get you laid, and clarinet is not one of them.
Correct.
Yeah, I remember when I still had a day job. This is like I used to work at a food bank back in Seattle.
Oh, cool.
And one of my coworkers, Walter, played bass in a band. And I went with my boss and my other coworker to see him play live.
Right.
And the guitar player in their band went home with my boss's friend. And I was like, I should have never quit clarinet.
So I love what you're saying, talking about. A lot of people don't remember those when the iTunes store, and you got your iPods and stuff like that. That was kind of an explosion of just this picture of this band looks interesting. I'll check it out.
It was an adventure.
Yeah, it was very adventurous.
What I regret is, so I started like mowing lawns around like 6th grade, maybe.
Yeah.
It was like most of my money, and I spent probably 70% of it on music and DVDs.
Yeah.
Both of which are now essentially worthless.
Right.
Yeah.
So I probably spent at least over the course of like 6 years, at least $2,000 on iTunes Music.
Yeah.
So there's just a laptop in my parents' closet with $2,000 of worthless music that you can just stream for free now.
Yeah, they never told you that. Well, there was no perception of that happening. So, were you a Tower Records person? Was that something that was available to you? Because Tower Records is where, at that time, I remember. Tom Hanks' son, Colin Hanks, did a documentary about Tower Records. That's where you go to get DVDs and CDs and all that stuff. Was that something in your past or no?
Regrettably, no.
Okay.
I wish I knew what you were talking about.
No. Okay, Tower Records is like the pop culture mecca.
Yeah, it was like the Blockbuster.
Yeah. I do know who Tom Hanks is.
Well, you got part of that then.
Wait, how old are you?
31.
All right, so you're past like going to the wall to get a CD, and you would get a sticker, and you could put that on the CD, and if the CD ever ended up with scratches on it, you could exchange it for free, which was pretty amazing in the 90s.
See what you
That
missed
is
out
pretty
on?
cool. That's like the REI return policy of CDs.
Right.
So I have to ask you, both your parents are massage therapists.
They're both massage therapists.
Did they meet by happenstance and find out they were both after or did they meet because they were in the industry?
They met through like a group of friends that had all lived in a commune together at a house party.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, I now get why your demeanor is kind of low. Just because you've been around that ethereal massage therapist music your whole life.
But I will tell you that, so if you met my parents, my mom is from Germany. She grew up in Bavaria. And my dad is from Boston. neither of which are really historically relaxing accents. So I sound like what they should sound like. If you came to my house for dinner, it's more like a Dunkin' Donuts in a Volkswagen factory. So
Can you identify songs on the Spa Channel?
The Spa
Channel. I don't need Shazam.
Are they hippies?
Yeah.
Are your parents hippies?
I would say they're hippie adjacent.
Okay.
They have a lot of friends that are hippies.
Are there Bavarian hippies?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. And were you ever attracted to the notion of massage therapy, or was it?
I didn't really care to take over the family business.
Because it seems like one of the more unique family businesses to inherit.
It wasn't like, so my parents work from home. So one half of the house is the massage studio.
Oh, okay,
and
sure.
then there's the hallway where we come in is also the waiting room. And it's not like I would get home from school in middle school and my dad's client would be there and be like, someday this will all be his.
Right.
You didn't like hop in, or you want to take a crack at this, son?
No, it wasn't like observing. Like,
okay.
I don't know if you have ever gone to like a teaching hospital where you get treated for something and they're like, here, all of the students are going to be joining us today. It's not like that.
Well, cool. Yeah.
Was that strange having a business where you would have the clients come to your house where you live? Was that a bit odd?
I think that maybe the strangest would be more, I had a couple of friends. One of my best friends in high school was a very good athlete. He's a professional runner now.
Right.
And he would come to get treated at my house sometimes. And so, like, maybe a few years before, you kind of get, like, gently ribbed, like, oh, do your parents give you massages? And be like, yeah, of course. And then he would be in the hallway and I'd be like, look how the tables have turned.
Right.
Now, let me ask you, given your druthers, would you prefer that your father or your mother give this friend massages?
I mean, I don't think it should make a difference if everything is above board.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't. But I have to admit, even for me, and I don't get many massages, but when I do, I think I prefer to have a woman do it. But that's just a preference. And they're always very accommodating.
Yeah, my massage therapist back home, I have a very strong man.
Okay.
He really digs in.
Yes.
And I don't love to admit this. I had a therapist for years. And then when I quit my job like a year ago and went full-time into this, I kind of was like, well, I can afford massage or I can afford a therapist.
Right.
And a massage therapist, you can still say all of the same stuff. They just aren't necessarily, in my case, it's just like a 45-year-old gay man who's like agrees with me with everything. And the other difference is if you ask your therapist to do like a release on your hip, they're like, we're calling the cops.
Yeah, that could be problematic.
Listen, Bo, I wanted to ask you about something that kind of got you on the map, and that was this viral video that you did on YouTube. You and your friends snuck into a movie theater by pretending to be one person. It's hilarious.
Oh, thank you.
When did that surface? When did you guys create that? How long ago?
That was when I was in middle school. It's kind of I went from a alternative public school to middle school, and the two friends I made were with this guy Matt and Omri. Those were my best friends through all of high school. And Omri moved to the East Coast in high school for treatment for his mom had a doctor that they needed to move for.
Okay,
and so we kind of had a summer of, we weren't particularly cool kids, but we were like, we're gonna have all of the antics for the summer. We'll do all of the coolest stuff imaginable. And so what we did was not that cool. We dressed up like pirates once and we built a raft and we floated across the lake.
Yeah.
And I think we got stuck. It started to fall apart. We ended up on someone's dock. And then the other thing we did is like, we're going to sneak into a movie theater as one person. So we went to this cinema, the Crest Cinema, with my friend Matt on my shoulders with a rain poncho. And it was a $5 movie theater.
Right.
So we were like, surely they'll we've gone to enough lengths, they'll let us in.
Right.
And they were like, you have to buy 2 tickets because you're tall. They didn't play along. And so he moved to the East Coast and he was back in Seattle summer after college. And we were kind of like, well, maybe we need to revisit the plan. What we need to do is instead of on top, he needs to be around.
Right.
And we kind of theorized that if so long as no part of his body was visible, no one would challenge that we weren't one person.
Because we're in a more sensitive time.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'll also say it wasn't that we were large that was shocking. It's that the proportions didn't add up. Because I'm very spindly.
Yeah.
So I have like chicken legs and very thin arms.
Right.
And like I can hardly carry my own weight.
Right.
So to describe this, if you haven't seen the video, his friend essentially is around the front of him with his legs around his waist and his arms. He's essentially on his entire torso, like clinging on to him.
like a child.
You might carry a baby.
Yeah, we had 2 belts from Goodwill that we tied around him like a makeshift weight belt. And what I regret is, I mean, we videotaped it for just like for our fun.
Right.
And what you don't see in the context of the video is that took probably about 20 minutes from the parking garage up the elevator, walking over, getting in.
You're carrying
And so,
another human, yeah.
By the time we get there, I'm like, I don't have much left in me. I'm like, just let's get through it. And so on camera, for not that many people have pointed this out, and I'm making the mistake now. But on camera, the guy, the ticket salesperson goes, "Would you like to donate to flood relief?" And I was like, "No." And then we go in because I was like, I don't have time for this. I'm about to fall apart. And then I started just showing a video to I used to be a busboy at a restaurant, so I would show people, and they'd be like, "This is really funny." And my friend put it on Reddit, and it was the #1 post for a day. It was kind of like right in the tail end of where a viral video wasn't every video that took off.
Right, and then sort of the golden age.
And I was like, I should have donated to flood relief.
So this fat slob wouldn't donate to.
Yeah. And then
this thief, yeah.
And it took off on Reddit and YouTube. The YouTube video is where it racked up all the views.
Yeah, if you look up Bo and Matthew sneak into a movie theater, it is probably the 2 most viewed things I've done are things no one knows that I did that have nothing to do with stand-up.
So do you get to? I mean, obviously, you're touring quite a lot, comedian. Do you get together with these guys? Do you have the opportunity? Are you creating extra video work and content? Is that something you even have time for at this point?
We don't really do content.
Yeah.
Matt is my best friend from high school. He lives in Austin, so whenever I'm there, we'll hang out I'll stay for a week and a half instead of doing just the date or 2. I'll just make sure I'm there for longer. And he's one of the funnier people that I know. He just is very content making a good living and not doing stand up. But we'll come up with different things, and a lot of jokes will be born out of when I visit him. I'll be like, "Oh, this is really funny," and then I'll take it on the road, and kind of a year later it'll work. Hopefully.
Is he a sounding board for you? Because a lot of comedians have that one. Or just a couple that they say they're the ones that they turn to and they say, "What do you think of this?"
Yeah, he's a very good sounding board, and then I have 2 friends that I'll write with. One of them is actually the host for this weekend. Tyler Wolf is going to be at the shows, so we'll write together each week too.
Bo's going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow for just tuning in. What's your relationship with Kevin Hart, another Philly guy here?
Oh yeah, we're very close. No, I think he would consider me a personal friend of his. I got very lucky. So I've been doing stand-up about 8 years now. And when I was a year and a half in, I saw a Facebook post, which was if you want to make a living doing stand-up, this is an opportunity you don't want to miss out on. And it read very much if you, Craigslist used to be bigger around that time. So you see these TV opportunities.
Sure.
And they're always this just feels like a scam. And I was like, well, I'll audition for this nameless thing because the worst case is every show I do is already bad.
Yeah.
So I'll do another bad show, and it's just whatever.
Par for the course.
Yeah. And it ended up being an audition for, he had this show at the time. I think they had 3 seasons overall. It was called Heart of the City, where he would go to cities that weren't LA and weren't New York, essentially, and do a showcase of 3 to 4 comics.
Yeah.
And so I went to the audition, and I got the last spot. I was 25th on the show. I have a 3-hour show, which was actually a lucky spot. It was better than second to last. Because people kind of are we want to go home, but we'll listen one final time.
Sure, yeah.
And it went pretty well. And so I kind of was that's cool. I didn't even think I'd get to audition for something like this, but I'm not going to get it. And then 2 or 3 months later, I got a call. I was at work, and they were like, "You're going to be on Kevin Hart's show." And I was like, "Oh, that's cool." Which also, I just say I'm very happy to be on morning radio, but I don't have the voice to win anything.
Right.
Like I've always been. I just sound. I was very happy, but I was like, cool. And then they were like, we just need to get your social security number and your information so we can start the process. And I immediately gave it to her, and then she hung up, and I was like, did I just get my identity stolen?
Yes. Like, for example, because of your delivery, like if you were to win a contest to us, we would be less than satisfied.
Yeah,
with
we'd be
the
like,
spot.
they'd be like, you won a car. And I'd be like, that means you made my day.
And we do that. We get those type of winners, and all of us look at each other and we're like, man.
We gave away at our station before this. It was $100,000.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Preston, you remember the reaction?
Oh, he was a dead fish.
It was unbelievable. I mean, we'd built this thing up
for months.
Yeah.
It could have been you, Bo.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
This is going to change my life.
It's going to change your life.
This is the best day of my life. That is one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Are you going to tell Kevin when you get home?
Oh, I'll text him. That is one thing I like to do. If you're ever like meeting new people, it's better if it's people you don't know very well. And it's an evening that has been fine, but not great.
Yeah.
But I'll wait for a lull and I'll go, this is the best night of my life.
That's awesome. That's so.
I love it.
Awesome.
I love that.
Because you're not quite sure.
Yeah, you're like, he has a very sad life. We met an hour ago.
Is that ironic? Is that tragic?
Yeah, it needs to be like, it can't be actually, it can't be too bad of a night. It has to be like you met someone at a bar and you maybe been talking to 2 or 3 new people for an hour and it's been fine. You know, this has been the best night of my life.
You'd mentioned Seattle. Do you still live in Seattle?
I do live in Seattle.
Okay.
Yeah, I live in a neighborhood called Capitol Hill. I live in a mansion. I live in a $6 million house with 9 roommates, including myself. And when I started going on the road more, I moved out of a bedroom into the powder room of the house.
Nice.
So yeah, which is I don't mean to brag on air that I have my own private bathroom, but it is essentially
that's your room.
Yeah, my girlfriend calls it one bed in bath.
I'm going to be in Seattle 2 weeks from today, which I'm really excited about. I'm going back out to the Dave Matthews Band plays at the Gorge every Labor Day weekend. So flying from Philly to Seattle on Thursday, and then going to spend Friday morning in Seattle. And I've been before, but if someone has never been to Seattle before, give like 3 things that you should see, non-touristy things, if you don't mind.
Yeah, define non-touristy.
Well, like the Space Needle is touristy, or you can go to Pike Place, right?
Okay. I'll give you some middle ground to non-touristy. I love all the parks in Seattle. I think if it's a nice day, you should do Discovery Park as kind of a bigger wandering around. There's a lighthouse on the water. And then there's Gasworks, which is kind of touristy, but it's also just a lot of local people will go there. It looks out over the lake. It has these big old industrial buildings.
That's cool.
There's a scene from 10 Things I Hate About You that I think was filmed there. And then the last thing, also on the lake, this is maybe better during the winter or the fall or like the end of summer, but there's a company that rents out these hot tub boats. And it's like a little
I've seen those.
joystick. It goes real slow. So that's what I did for my 30th birthday. It's one of the only things I've done in my life where it was as cool as I thought it would be.
Hot tub boats. Was it
Hot
the
tub
greatest
boat.
day of your life?
This has been the best night of my life.
Yes. So I forgot what I was going to ask, but I did want to ask one question about your schooling. You went to school for communications, but you had a major I had also not heard of, comparative history of ideas.
Yeah.
What does that translate to?
Unemployment.
I never seen that,
It's like a build your own liberal arts degree.
Liberal arts.
Essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you get any blowback from your parents when not that you're certainly an autonomous person, but when you suggest you were going to go into comedy?
It's a tough sell for some parents,
especially to massage therapists.
Yeah, they were. I wish I had a better, funnier answer. They were pretty supportive.
That's
I think
okay. That's fine.
I think that if I had not gotten a job and I was like, I'm only going to do this, they would have been concerned. And I was lucky enough that stand-up you have to be a little bit delusional I think.
Yeah.
Even now, I still have to be like a bit delusional about it, and it's going good enough.
Yeah.
But I think you just kind of see over time things happen, and I was fortunate enough that like the Kevin Hart thing happened earlier. That I got very lucky. I was like, that was 2 years into stand-up, so I was like, I have this Comedy Central credit.
So you knew you were
that I can
getting
grow
traction.
into.
Yeah.
I was like, enough things are happening that I'm not. It's not 7 years in, and I've never figured out how to write a joke.
Right.
And they are pretty alternative people. So, like, we grew up. I didn't have any siblings, but we had housemates my whole life.
So people that, like Kathy, they'd take in, you had people who would be like exchange students or just vagabonds?
but like older.
Okay.
All of our housemates were like 50 plus.
Really?
So most of my childhood, the guy living across from my bedroom was a 80-year-old man named Raul. And I remember he was like the fourth housemate we had, and I came home in 7th grade. And he was in our living room, and I hadn't been told there was a new roommate. So I just thought someone had wandered into our home. I was like, maybe he's a client who just made himself really comfortable in our living room.
So
I was like,
are these essentially boarders?
Just renters.
Yeah.
So I was
okay.
like, what are you doing here? And he's like, I live here now. And I was like, that can't be right.
And I'm your dad.
And then he lived there longer than I did. I moved out from college before he did. So
Oh,
he'd
my
still
God.
be there.
Were there wonderful sort of stories and wisdom that you gleaned from people like that?
Not particularly. People would be like, is this your grandfather? And I was like, he's just the guy who's kind of mean to my mom.
Oh, no. Is Raul still alive?
No, unfortunately.
You killed him?
Yeah. I said, this is the best night of my life.
As you bathed in his blood.
God.
That's really kind of quirky. But that's a cool, as a comedian, obviously, anything that can fuel me.
He was a very
life
interesting
experience.
guy, though. He'd done a lot of stuff. Like he was a merchant marine, and he was a jeweler. And when you're that age, you can do a lot of different things. That's one thing that, like, my parents, for instance, my dad has been a lot of things. And that's kind of like, he's been a massage therapist. He worked in government. He was a sailor for a while. He was a carpenter. And so it's kind of, it was nice growing up and being like, oh, he had a whole life before I was born.
Sure.
Do you speak German?
9.
Okay. Just didn't.
All I know how to say is "Bist du angeschnallt?"
Okay.
Which means, are you buckled in? That's what I've taken with me.
Is that, would he ask you that every time you guys got in the car or something?
Yeah, my mom would. Yeah.
Mom
Bist du
would.
angeschnallt?
Oh, my God. That's great. Well, listen, Bo, we'll make sure we let everybody know that you are certainly in town in Philly enjoying some beautiful weather, by the way, and you'll be at Punchline. Beautiful weather brings people out.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
Wonderful.
a great thing.
Great weekend.
2 shows tonight and tomorrow, 7:30 and 9:45, and tickets are available at punchlinephilly.com. And in 25 years of the show, this is the greatest interview we've ever had. So thank you for that.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Anytime. We appreciate it. Bo Johnson, guys, on the Preston and Steve Show. See him at Punchline. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You know what? I don't find myself trying to think too much about trying to read people. Casey reads people a lot, I think. Do you notice that about yourself, Casey?
Yeah, well, I was a communications major, so.
That's where they teach you to read people.
No, but I do. I find that Casey reads people a lot and can say that, he's lying or he's thinking about something else.
Hey, Preston.
Yep.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Hold it up.
Look into my eyes. What's the picture of?
It's a penis. I knew it. Steve, I didn't even see you.
All right.
That's just because you guys are in love.
That's just because I know.
Let me do it. All right.
You going to draw a picture?
Yes.
Dude, I totally nailed that.
Yes, you did.
What else would you draw? I almost said butthole.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Steve drew a picture of, what is it? A penis. A hairy penis.
I knew it was
I drew it with hairy balls.
Okay. All right.
Kathy, you going to draw something?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy should be able to divine.
You know what? Yeah.
And all of you are going to draw a penis. Any guy here in this entire place is going to draw a penis. So
I won't draw a penis.
You're lying.
I promise.
All right.
Kathy.
All right.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Kathy, really look into
Casey's eyes. Okay.
Okay.
It's a dog's penis.
No.
Am I close?
Preston.
All right.
What did I draw?
This time you drew a butthole.
No, I drew boobs.
Okay.
Nick drew boobs too.
All right, Kathy. Can you see it?
No.
No,
I
can't.
see.
I'm guessing what you drew.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now look, you got to look into Preston's eyes. Preston, you have to let her see your eyes.
Yeah. Don't cover your eyes up.
And don't go gump.
A butthole.
She's terrible at
Close. It's a vagina.
Oh.
No, wait, that's a penis. I'm sorry.
That's a penis.
Veiny.
Veiny, too.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Okay.
You want?
Have you proved anything here?
All right, do you want to see what I drew?
Yeah,
Oh, wait,
yeah, yeah.
no, look at
No,
Kathy's
see it.
eyes.
Steve, do it to Steve. He's better.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. I can't see to the paper. All right. Something you drew.
Look at her eyes. The eyes should give it away.
Yeah, the eyes are the window of the soul.
Yeah.
Soul is in Korea.
It's also a fish.
It's also a shoe part.
Yeah.
And it's also a type of music.
Listen, when you guys like doodle, that you draw penises.
I know,
What
but-
do you think? Like for real though, what do you think?
Big sweaty vagina.
No, that's not what I would do.
All right, hang on,
not what I
Kathy.
would.
All right, so I think you're going to draw.
Vaginas are hard to draw. Penises
They are
easy to draw.
Draw a taco and add extra lettuce. Yeah. Is it a penis?
It's not.
Okay.
Preston, you guess.
It's a car. We were just talking about cars. Oh my God!
What is it?
I did that just for you guys.
What is that?
That's somebody taking a dump.
Is it something dripping?
Is it a,
It's a butt.
You have
I'm
brothers.
a terrible artist.
A butt into a target,
I thought it was
dripping
gonna-
into
No, that's
a
the
target.
toilet. That's the toilet.
Okay.
I thought that was a puddle.
Yeah. All right.
I
Anyway.
thought that was sweaty balls in a puddle underneath of it.
So a study in this regard.
we just conducted. We need to share this data.
So we're getting ready to play a game, and so here's the deal. Let me set this up. I said it just a moment ago.
Yes.
U2 is doing the Joshua Tree 30th anniversary tour. They made an announcement they were going to be in Philadelphia, which is this Sunday. So a few months back when the announcement happened, I called up two friends of mine because the three of us together went to see that show. It was at the Arena in St. Louis, and it was a big deal because the Cardinals were at the seventh game of the World Series that night.
You had to make a call.
We had to. Are we going to watch the game or are we going to go to the concert? We had already bought the tickets.
How old are you at this time?
We were fresh out of high school, first year, so 19 years old,
Okay.
something like that, because it was 1987. And we went to the concert, and I just was so blown away by the show that night. And I was like a mid-level U2 fan. I thought they were a really good band. I knew enough of the material to go to the concert. The new album sounded great. I hadn't listened to the whole thing. I'd heard, some of the songs that were on the radio. I'm like, all right, let's go. And left that night just amazed. The lights came up. The crowd was still singing. They ended with 40.
Which is awesome.
And the crowd is still singing and singing. The band was long gone, and we were still singing, and the lights stayed on. And I was just like, this was amazing. This is the best concert I've ever seen. And I was just dumbfounded for a while after this. So it was a significant show.
Yes, yeah.
And when they made the announcement that the 30th anniversary was coming around, I'm like, I got to get these guys. We got to get together. We got to go see it together.
Everyone
again.
had the same experience of your friends here?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So they're back in town. They got in yesterday and the day before, and we're going to the show on Sunday, and we're going to play some golf and stuff while we're here and just having a buddies thing, which is pretty cool. So I told you guys this, and you decided, well, why don't we have them come in and we'll play a game with them?
Sure.
About my teenage and formative years.
Right. We've heard a lot of stories.
Yeah.
And so there's some stuff that we know. There's some stuff that I'm going to be asking. I have no idea what it means, but it should resonate with you guys.
Yeah, because Casey, I gave him some phone numbers from some old friends who couldn't be here, and he tracked them down and got some info, right?
Yeah, I talked to Hawk.
Yep.
Right. And then I talked to either Patty or Sandy.
I think you spoke to both of them, didn't you?
No,
I gave you Sandy's number.
You gave me Sandy's number, and then Patty somehow got involved as well.
Yeah, I saw those names pop up, and then the parole officer, of course. Yeah, of course, obviously.
You needed all
Yeah,
the
all
info.
of the information, yeah.
It's funny because I was, I consider myself a child of the 80s. And I definitely had yearbooks and all those things that I can look back at because I was in school at the same time as Preston, but I was slightly younger. And to see what you guys were doing, and I think you're like 7 years older than me, but like what you guys were doing and what you guys were up to in 7th and 8th grade, and then high school, it's just
It's freaky, isn't it?
Completely different world.
I mean, I look back at my old pictures, and there I am at the Continental Congress.
Yeah.
And I'm saying,
Well,
it's just so wild.
Because I've told you guys in the past what DBH meant.
Yeah, Dubong hits.
Dubong hits. And so Casey's looking through my 7th and 8th grade yearbook and all the signatures and people signing, and it's like, dude, DBH till you can't stand it anymore. And this is in 7th and 8th grade.
And that's from teachers.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So
But
he
then-
was just looking at it and being
But
blown
it's
away.
also funny because I think a lot of times we have this attitude of like, oh, these kids today, they're crazier and they're doing things that I never did.
With
and
their
then,
malt shops and their leather jackets.
But the reality is I think the kids of the '80s were probably way worse than anybody right now.
I guarantee you, every generation has that perception.
Yeah.
And so, but there's something that is the same across the charts.
Yep.
And I think as I'm looking through this, and we were looking at some of the things, and we were all laughing at the back, saying, "What the f does that mean?"
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's got their things, and that's why. It always amazes me when anybody runs for political office, because any of these things taken and put on, there are a number of things here that we're going to ask that if we're put on a front page of a paper, you'd say, what the hell? Yeah.
But we partied hard, man.
Yes,
We partied
yeah.
very, very hard. And these guys are a little nervous.
So why don't you introduce your
All right,
friends?
and before I do that, do we need to get callers on the line to play along? All right, 215-263-WMMR. Somehow or another, we're going to work this in a way to have you win prizes as well. I don't really know what's going to happen.
Let me explain. It's
though.
going to be a straight-up trivia contest. And so we're going to have people playing. You're going to play for callers online. We're not going to go to them.
Okay.
They're just going to win prizes as we cycle through so we can move some product, and that'll be happening in the background. So everyone will get assigned. If someone gets a question right, that person wins, and then we put another person in that spot, and that's how we'll proceed.
Before we introduce our contestant, Steve, what's the name of the game?
The name of the game is Preston, Cheston, and Steve Blast from the Ass Trivia Challenge.
Thank you, studio audience. Let's meet our contestants this morning. Contestant number 1 hails from St. Louis, Missouri, and he is currently a teacher who's got the summer off. It's a wonderful thing. We go way back, and yes, his name sounds like mine. We are welcoming Cheston Chet Plaguey.
Yeah!
Chet, good morning.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, sir. Good to see you.
Great to be here.
Excellent. All right, next, the guy I consider to be my best friend.
Yeah.
We go way, way back, and we've been through some times together.
We are aware of some of
I
them.
won't mention any of them now because it may be ones that are coming up in the particular contest.
I just think it's great that I have a story with Steve. I with that time that we spent down in St. Martin, and we enjoyed ourselves, and you lost your wedding ring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. He's
He
got
has a
that
nice
now.
new one on now.
All right, please welcome Steve Leasick.
Yay!
By the way, those of you who've heard the story about my friend Steve who threw his phone into the ocean,
That's him.
this is him.
That would be that, Steve.
That was
All
a
right.
fun one.
That was a great throw.
Yeah,
You have to admit.
it was awesome. It was a small window. You could have shattered that door.
From distance, maybe inebriated, maybe not.
Maybe not. So, friends, by the way, and just to contextualize this, these were friends at this point in time we're going to reference. But how long, does it go back to junior high and even...
Steve and I go back to junior high.
Okay.
So we probably started hanging out more in high school, but we were friends in junior high.
Oh, sure.
And then Chet didn't end up at art school until junior year, right?
Right.
Were you
Okay.
you were going to military school before that, right?
I was in military school.
Yeah. Was that by choice or did your parents
By
demand?
state decree.
It was forced.
It was forced?
Forced,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right, well, pleasure to meet you guys. I know Steve we met before, but good to meet you. And Cheston is Chet. That's your regular name. Okay.
And by the way, we have little placards with our names and our high school
I love it.
pictures. and
Nick
photos.
Murphy did
Great.
some wonderful little collections, Preston. Everyone looks fairly similar. No glasses on Steve.
No, thank God.
And a little less hair, but
No
I can
hair on me,
commiserate.
right.
Yeah, on Chet, but that's okay. That's all good to go. So we're good to go. We have our callers up. Everybody set?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to start this? Everyone has our El Cheapo buzzers.
Yeah, let's do that. So each one of us has a buzzer. This is going to be a trivia thing. So I guess we're going to buzz in when we know the answer.
Yes.
And we're going to hold these up to the microphone. I will signal mine so you know what it sounds like. All right, so
Okay.
that's me. And Chet, what does yours sound like? And then Steve?
Whatever.
All right. So understand that there's only so much we can know about the accuracy of the answer to this question. So we're going to play a little light and loose with the particulars here. So let's get started. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right.
set.
Question number 1. What aquatic school-based contest, what aquatic alcohol-based contest took place at Ben Aronson's house?
That was Preston.
That was me?
Yes.
Pool in the pig. Or pig in the pool.
All right, please explain.
Okay, so Ben had a cutting board that was in the shape of a pig.
Yeah.
And we would, actually, it floated. So we would put it in the pool and we'd play quarters on that.
It's similar, but not. Okay,
Steve?
I'm going to have to go with riding the 10-speed
Into the pool.
See, that's what I thought it was.
Steve is correct. Steve is correct. Now, as with anything we do, it is what I have on this paper that determines
That's
the correct
fine.
answer.
Yep. And
so
listen-
it says here, riding bikes into Ben's pool with Bud Light 12-pack boxes on your heads.
On the head, remember?
And this apparently was captured on very low-definition VHS.
Yes.
And it had no brakes.
It had no brakes. And I remember after we did that, when Ben's parents got back, what we didn't realize is we were marking up the bottom of the pool with tire tracks. And there were tracks all over the bottom of the pool.
Were these Bud Light 12-pack boxes, were they full or empty?
Oh, they were empty.
Okay.
But we fashioned them as if they were
Take another run of the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Sports and Social. You can cheer on the Fightins just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social and Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with Budweiser cocktail specials, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. Excuse me. Let's get into the stories. We're going to start with this one. A McDonald's customer in Ohio has complained to authorities after finding out that her chicken nuggets contain not only meat, but pennies inside of them.
Okay.
Beth Rupert Warren reported the finding to local authorities earlier this week after her daughter purchased some nuggets to enjoy during a family game night.
Can't they just hand you the change?
When she bit into the chicken, however, she found copper coins lodged inside. There were 3 pennies in total, yeah. The following day, local police reported the incident to the health department. The department promptly reached out to the regional McDonald's management to address their finding. They said in a statement, based on our conversation, we can confirm that they have removed the contaminated chicken nuggets by lot number from stock. And additionally, precautionary measures were followed, and they have been in contract with the manufacturer about the product. Rupert Warren had originally shared a post on Facebook warning others to check their food, but has since taken it down and replaced it with a simpler one in which she clarified this appears to be a manufacturer matter. This was in no way an attack on the employees of Wintersville McDonald's.
Okay.
And a photo in the post shows a partially torn open nugget with a penny peeking out from the center.
Aren't the nuggets made differently? Haven't they been making them differently for the last couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, it's been more than a couple of years. They kind of changed their recipe.
Right.
Now with pennies.
Now with pennies. You don't have enough copper in your diet.
Here's the follow-up story you guys will remember. A diehard Kansas City Chiefs fan was indicted on bank robbery and money laundering charges. Xavier Chiefsaholic Babudar faces 19 charges in total, 11 of money laundering, 4 of transporting stolen property across state lines, 3 of armed bank robbery.
Wow.
And another of bank theft. Babudar successfully robbed 6 banks of roughly $700,000 in an attempt to steal from 3 others, and he also laundered the proceeds at casinos and sports books. He's best known for wearing the KC Wolf costume and has grown quite the social media following in recent years. However, 2 days before the Chiefs were to play the Houston Texans at NRG Stadium in Houston in December, fans wondered where Babadar's Chiefs-centric tweets were because he's normally active during the games. Reddit sleuths were quick to make the connection that the superfan was arrested for allegedly robbing a bank in Bixby, Oklahoma. He eventually was placed on Kansas City's most wanted list after he became a fugitive from justice for about 4 months after he allegedly skipped a court hearing on bank robbery charges in March. His monitoring device was also found in the woods.
We assume this wolf costume is not what he would wear when he robbed the banks, right?
I would assume not. He was arrested last month after nearly 4 months on the run. Officials said investigators recently located Babudar near Sacramento and a federal warrant was issued for his arrest. He is also suspected of other potential crimes as far back as March of last year, and they think that he hit banks in several states. So the dude was like a legit bank robber, man. Wow. All right, here's a story, cautionary story for you. A Stranger Things obsessed woman fell victim to a ruthless catfishing scam where she began an online relationship, divorced her husband, and sent $10,000 worth of gift cards to someone portraying an actor from the hit Netflix show.
Oh, yeah.
Michaela, a film artist and single mother from Kentucky, claimed that she was in a very toxic relationship with her husband, so she joined an online artist forum to make connections. She received a message from a user named DKMH saying that he would like to chat, and eventually claimed that they were well-known actor, and I'm not sure how you say his name. Is it Dacre Montgomery?
I think that's it, yeah.
He played Billy Hargrove on Stranger Things.
Yeah.
DKMH is the title of his poetry book, by the way.
I'm sure he has trouble getting dates.
She said, me and him just really hit it off. But, of course, I'm suspicious from the get-go. He starts doing things to make me believe that he is who he is. She said, I'm obsessed with Stranger Things, and Billy is just his bully. He kind of comes in and tries to dominate, which is totally unlike his actual personality. Although they never met in person, Michaela says Montgomery was always complaining to her about his relationship issues.
Wow, that he would open up like that.
And some of those issues were how his girlfriend, Liv Pollock, controlled all of his bank accounts and is having some money problems, which eventually led to Michaela sending Montgomery $10,000 over time. She said that's one thing we actually bonded over, and basically through the relationship, he was venting to me after a few months about how his partner's saying she's very controlling of him. He doesn't always get to do the things he wants to do. She's always there. She's always got to be subversive.
Subversive?
It says supervise. Oh,
suppressive?
Supervised.
Supervised.
That's all right. It happens.
Subversive?
I thought it was got to be.
Yeah.
It's just got to supervise. Sorry. Said, I kind of empathize
Why
with
did you
that.
talk to my good friend Brad Pitt?
Because my ex-husband was that way, and after a year of private messaging him, he asked Michaela to be his girlfriend, though they never met in person.
Oh, that's amazing.
The fact told
You're
her,
this big star from Stranger Things?
told Michaela to keep the relationship quiet since he was still in a relationship with Pollock. And at one point, the scammer gave Michaela an ultimatum to choose between him and her husband. She then broke the news to her now ex-husband. She said, listen, it's not working. You're not getting me to be, you're not letting me be me, and you're not letting me be free.
I'm sure his reaction was, right.
Yeah, right. With her husband out of the picture and Michaela living with her 7-year-old daughter, Montgomery popped the ultimate question, and he said, I might need a little help with money.
Of course. I mean, you know the situation he's in.
Oh, yeah. He's barely making ends meet.
Yeah.
Liv has controlled all the accounts, and I don't have access, he said. And she started sending gift cards and eventually totaled up to over $10,000.
And then something happened, right? She found out.
She found out eventually, yeah. So, and she found out it was a scam. She says she doesn't want to see other people become victims of a scam like she did, as her scammer used her feelings and made her vulnerable.
It is sad, but I mean,
but come on.
Come on. Come on.
You gotta know. All right, and then we have time for one more. Oh, yeah, how about this story? So a TikTok user said that he was accused of cheating after sending 2 I love you texts before his flight. His video now has 7.8 million views on it, and it sparked a debate over publicly calling out cheaters. So he wrote, the lady sitting next to me said I should be ashamed of myself. She then threatened to expose him on social media. The other woman he was texting was his own daughter. He wrote, tell our daughter, he said, tell her, this is him on TikTok saying, tell our daughter that I will no longer be texting her from the plane, that I love her because I can only love one girl at a time.
So this woman is looking over.
Yeah. He said, the lady sitting next to me on the plane, he said, you should probably learn to mind your own business. So she jumped.
How nosy.
Yeah, stuck in and said, you shouldn't, I should essentially
shut your mouth.
rat you out, which is stupid. Yeah, all right, anyway. And there
I played Billy on Stranger Things. Leave me alone.
Yeah, that's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we'll break. We'll come back in a second. We'll test your knowledge of the program with the lesson question. We have trash and music news as well. Stay with us, and we have a great giveaway for the Word of the Week prize. Stay there.
Preston and Steve
Preston and Steve.
on 93.3 WA.
helm that
Okay.
you would wear. So,
All right. Well, our winner is Ron on line 3, by the way, and he has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. And you can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage. Visit handandstone.com.
All right, gentlemen, question number 2. What religious holiday did you guys observe by skipping school and going to Preston's house to smoke pot?
I remember that.
Okay, Preston.
That was Easter.
No.
We wouldn't have been at school on Easter.
I'm going to
What the
give you
hell?
an extra clue.
Damn it.
This was a jealous reaction to the Jewish kids getting so many holidays off.
Oh, Chet.
Rosh Hashanah?
No. Steve?
Hanukkah.
No. I have.
Wait. Kuala Lumpur.
It's a city in Malaysia.
Oh, damn it.
Yes, but often a holiday for many
Yeah.
people who can't pronounce Hanukkah.
Hanukkah, no.
It is Good Friday.
I knew it was around Easter.
Yes, it was Good Friday, but as you rightly pointed out, you would not have been in school on Easter.
Who gave you the info?
This is from Hawk and Patty.
Okay.
Oh, Hawk doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, question number 3, gentlemen. And remember, our answers are correct despite what is accurate.
Right.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt? Who's? All right, Steve.
It would be Doc Plaguey.
Incorrect.
Chet's dad? No.
No? Okay.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt?
Let's talk this out, guys. What was the senior?
Okay,
scavenger?
so somebody made a list. Might have been Skippy Marino, I think, that made a list of items that we were supposed to bring back to the school, and they included like a police officer's license plate.
Nice.
And the entire, you know how you go to a neighborhood,
Yeah,
and there's a sign that says "Welcome to Old Farm Estates" or whatever.
Stealing that huge thing.
That huge thing. I mean, these big.
Did you guys
items.
get them?
Of course we did.
So
Flag
this
from
is
Belle Reeve Country Club.
Yeah.
this is the father. Okay, the father who made sure that Hawk didn't go to jail.
I know it wasn't my dad. There's no way.
No.
All right, Preston.
I'm just trying to think of who was buddies with Hawk besides our family. I would say Mr. Janvrin.
Mr. Janvrin, you are all incorrect, unless I'll give one final round if you want to go for it, Chet.
I have no idea.
The name I have here, and of course the correct, despite what is accurate, Mike Freeburger.
I didn't know that.
You
Thanks,
did not
John.
know. All right.
Yeah.
This next question, I have a feeling you'll get this.
All right.
By the way, the scavenger hunt, what would have been, obviously you're stealing things that are felonies. Yeah. What,
Stealing is right.
What was the most hard to get item in the scavenger list?
I think it was probably the neighborhood sign.
neighborhood sign.
And somebody
Neighborhood
did.
And where'd you get the neighborhood sign from?
I didn't get it. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't. But somebody did. And by the way,
I
you had
assume
to-
that was the crime.
you had to bring all of these items to the high school and leave them there.
All right.
And then there was a huge list. And I really didn't get anything.
So
that
you were
night, I don't
bringing
think.
stolen items onto school property.
Yeah.
All right.
Senior sleep out was awesome, man. Slept in my car. Me and Howard Rosen. I remember that. I don't know if you guys were out all night for
You
that or
guys
not.
lived in you're predominantly Jewish neighborhood, right?
Well, I mean, there were a lot
Yeah.
of Jewish students.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Question number 4. You've got 1 correct, 2 not so much. All right.
We suck at this.
Mike Kirby
Kirby.
Yeah.
drove this rather muscular mullet Preston.
Javelin.
That is correct.
Kirby, that thing was loud. And I had a Mustang. I had a 73 Mustang. It was really loud too. And we just go burnouts all the time. And
Did he get in trouble for doing spinouts in the parking lot of the school as you did?
I don't think Kirby ever got in trouble
No.
for that. No.
Interesting fact about Mike Kirby: he bought the Playboy Club in St. Louis.
Are you
What?
serious?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It'd been
Drove a javelin, bought the Playboy Club.
had been shut down, and I guess he bought it like back early 2000s.
Okay, so it was closed at the point he bought it?
It was closed.
All
and
right.
He bought it and turned into a teen club.
A teen. There you go.
Of course.
All right. So who was Preston playing for?
He was playing for Brooke, so Brooke won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. You can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage.
Very nice.
Handandstone.com.
All right, question number 6. As the story goes, and listen carefully to this, a sign was put up across a door about Nan's, quote, good couch. Paraphrase what that sign forbade and to whom it was directed. Steve.
You have to paraphrase.
We weren't supposed to be on the good couch.
What were you not supposed to do on the good couch?
Relationships.
We'll take it! As we have it here, the sign read, no semen with the J. Can we get away with that?
No.
No jazz.
No jazz on the good couch.
Nice.
And this apparently, by my information, was directed specifically at you, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. Who was Nan? Whose house was this?
Patty's. That might have been Pat.
Whose house was this?
Sandy's.
Is it Sandy's house?
I do believe.
No jazz.
And so it was so common for you to spread your seat around the furniture that a sign had
Steve's
to go
like a
up.
fire hose, man.
The Peter North of the group?
It only hurts when I juke. There's another story.
Yeah, we'll tell that another time.
All right, so that's an interesting piece. I'm not going to ask another question for fear of giving away another upcoming question.
All right, so that was Erica was our winner, and she's won a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Playhouse presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. Get ready to laugh out loud at the most ridiculous comedy of the summer. For tickets, call Playhouse box office or visit buckscountyplayhouse.org.
By the way, so Sandy, the girl who this happened at, now that was an offshoot of, we went to a high school called Parkway Central, but we also had a friendship with some Catholic school girls who went to St. Joe's Academy.
Yeah.
And that was Sandy and Patty and Cindy and a whole slew of them, actually, that were over there. So it was a Catholic school girl. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. And U2, Pride in the Name of Love. I've been on a little U2 kick lately.
Have you?
I have been spending some, listening to some songs I haven't heard in a long time, like Discotheque. I don't know if you remember that one.
Yes, I do.
I was listening to that this morning. I'm like, oh, yeah. It's good to go back and visit some bands that you haven't spent some time with, and you kind of reintroduce yourself to them and them to you. And that's a nice little, as Pierre would say, a musical journey.
That's right.
You can take it.
It's all music.
Anytime. There will be a musical journey tonight with Bruce Springsteen. I have some details coming up in Music News, but we're going to first get to the lesson question. And we are going to give away a family 4-pack of tickets to Elmwood Park Zoo, if you can answer this correctly. Who will Paul Mescal be playing in Gladiator 2? Not really. All right, who will he be playing in Gladiator 2, according to Steve?
That's right.
Don't go look up on IMDb, because that's wrong. That's not the right answer. You had to have heard what we were saying earlier this morning. Who will Paul Mescal be playing in Gladiator 2? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get right to it. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, 68-year-old Kevin Costner claiming he became a complete 100% Swiftie by the time he left a Taylor Swift concert in L.A. In a related story, Swift has already composed a song about their breakup.
Oh, my God.
Mark Zuckerberg is moving on from plans for a scheduled MMA fight with Elon Musk, claiming Musk is stalling and not serious. Musk has responded saying that he is an artificial elastomer and Zuckerberg is an organically rendered epoxy.
What?
So whatever Zuckerberg says about him bounces off him and sticks to Zuckerberg.
Nice.
Hey.
Nice.
And finally, Angela White, a.k.a. Black China, says Rob Kardashian is actually a terrific co-parent for their daughter Dream. White says she remembers saying a prayer that Rob would be as good at being a dad as he is at being a bloated loser. Wow.
All right, I think you know this. Who will Paul Mescal be playing in Gladiator 2? We turn to Levy to see if we can get the answer. Yo, Levy, or is it Levi?
It's Levi.
Levi. All right, Levi, what's the answer we're looking for?
Is it Lonnie?
Lonnie! Lonnie, you got it. In Gladiator 2, he'll be Lonnie. Hang on the line. We'll set you up with those tickets. Family 4-pack for Elmwood Park Zoo. You can visit Elmwood Park Zoo this week and save up to $6 on weekday admission after 2 p.m.
Tickets are available at elmwoodparkzoo.org, or you can purchase in person at the gate.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
What's happening?
So much going on.
There's so much going on.
I loved it.
I was trying to time things out perfectly. Preston hit the button a little too faster than I thought he was going to.
No, I always do that.
I know.
So the pizza is here. There we go. The pretzel pizza has arrived.
Pretzel pieces.
And
We presently are in the purview of pretzel pizza?
Yes, we are. We have prevailed and have
the
provided
proximity to pretzel pizza is impressive.
So we sent Kyle out earlier to go to Philly Pretzel Factory, and there was only one location in Mayfair, and then there's one in, I don't know, Virginia Beach or something
That
like that.
has this pizza.
That has this particular pizza. So Kyle had to do a road trip, and how did it go, Kyle?
It was very smooth.
All right, good.
Yes,
All right.
and they made an exception. Apparently, they don't make these before noon. But I called ahead after Casey put in the order, and
Okay.
they said no problem.
Well, that's cool.
Oh, that's nice of them.
That's nice. And did you have any on the way back?
No, I'm responsible. I don't eat and
I am
drive.
shocked.
We were certain we were going to get origami cardboard boxes, completely empty.
Yeah.
Wow,
Marissa, thank you.
I don't eat that much.
Still piping hot.
Did you? So
it's
this was Kyle was the guy to send on this mission, by the way.
Yeah.
He left before we even confirmed we were actually doing
He heard
it.
that there was a potential,
Of
and there was
food.
the Tasmanian devil leaves the room slower.
So it's pretzel crust.
Yeah.
With pizza.
Salty.
So I'm going to try it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Is the crust soft or crunchy? Crunchy?
It seems to be crunchy.
Okay.
A little bit of both.
Thank you, Marissa.
I approve.
Kathy, it feels like regular pretzel crust.
Regular pretzel
Yeah,
crust.
it's not
okay.
like super crunchy or anything
Okay,
like that. It's very, very good. What we're going to have to do, though, is we're going to have to get to the crust part of this at the very end.
And see.
That's where I think it's really going to come home.
Do you guys want me to sing while you eat, or
Well, I mean, somebody's going to have to talk.
I do.
I'm not singing?
Why not?
Because I'm not. Now I have a piece. Oh, thank you, Marissa.
party. Pizza party. Pretzel pizza party.
I'll just take a bite of the crust so you guys know. How's that?
It's really good.
It's really good.
Yeah, I love that. To be honest, that should be the entire crust.
Now I'm going to have a piece of the crust.
And also, it's a decent size. You said it was $5.
$5 for the plain.
That's
$6.50 for a pepperoni. Yeah.
I can't believe that's the price.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Preston, when you said...
See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you had
at
this-
the end, the crust on the end.
Yep.
Fantastic.
When you had the story earlier, Preston, and I know there's only in 2 stores, but is this a test product that they...
No, they plan to have it in every single one by late fall.
Okay.
So they've been testing it for 2 years apparently.
Gotcha.
A little research and development, a little R&D, and yeah, when you get to the very end with the pretzel.
Yep.
Home run.
You know, because I do like pizza crust, but it's still just kind of okay. You know what I mean? This has more flavor in it.
Yeah. What
like
did you just
that.
spit out? Can I have a bite of that?
No, I got it. Pulled it out of my crotch.
Not yet. I should probably do that right now.
I do.
Okay. I can do music news.
I like the sauce.
While you guys are doing your thing here. So pardon us for eating on the air, but we were really excited and we were really hungry. So, all right, music news.
wait.
Damn
No.
it.
That's all right.
You got to reload that thing. Sorry, I hit the button and it disappeared. So
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
all right, so fans have been hoping for a Talking Heads reunion since the early 1990s, and their wish is finally coming true.
This crust is very good.
In a small scale way. Members David Byrne, Tina Weymouth, Chris Franz, and Jerry Harrison are going to appear together publicly for the first time since their 2002 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction at an upcoming 40th anniversary celebration of the band's beloved concert film Stop Making Sense.
I'm going to say my casual observance here is that you've become kind of a Talking Heads mega fan.
I have. Not a mega fan, but definitely more of a fan than I've ever been because And part of it was watching that movie. I had never seen Stop Making Sense. And I think it was like last year. I'm like, you know what? Let me dive into this. And it's outstanding.
What's the new movie that's coming out that I think, because I think they're promoting something.
I'm not sure.
It's not the
I think
Utopia
they're re-releasing
one.
it.
Yeah.
I saw a promo where David Byrne, present day, walks into a store, walks into a dry cleaner, picks up the giant suit. And he said, it's time for me to put it back on.
I thought it was the re-release of Stop Making Sense.
Okay.
A newly restored version of the movie will be screened on September 11th, Nick. So it says Stop Making Sense trailer.
Okay.
So it's going to be at Cineplex's.
It says now with pretzel crust.
Scotiabank IMAX Theater as part of the Toronto International Film Festival. The group will also participate in a Q&A moderated by Spike Lee before the refreshed Stop Making Sense premieres on September 22nd. The original film was shot over 3 nights during 4 shows at the Pantanges Theater in Los Angeles.
Oh, famous theater.
In December 1983, and has since been added to the National Film Registry by the Library of Congress. It featured the group performing such now classics as Psycho Killer, Slippery People, Burning Down the House, Life During Wartime, Once in a Lifetime, as well as the Franz and Weymouth side project Tom Tom Club's oft-sampled Genius of Love on a Spare Stage.
I like the Tom Tom Club.
Yeah, I only know the one song from Tom Tom Club. Yeah, Genius of Love. That's it, yep. So that's cool that they're gathering for that again, and yes, it's a great movie. Evanescence's 2003 Bring Me to Life almost featured former Saliva singer Josie Scott.
What?
Scott revealed that he almost graced the song while appearing on the Metal Summit recently. He said, I was asked to do the Bring Me to Life song, and our schedules were...
Even Mel's thrown off by that.
Were mixed up or something, and I didn't get to do it, so the kid from 12 Stones did it. And he's referring to Paul McCoy, who not only sang on the song, but also made a guest cameo in the video as well, but it was almost that too. By the way, as Green Day celebrates 30 years, they're going to release an expanded version of their Dookie album. Released in 1994, was the band's third studio album, but served as their major label Reprise Records debut. The Grammy-winning original album is 10 times platinum and diamond certified.
Wow.
The new version will include songs recorded as cassette demos, outtakes, as well as 2 live recordings, live at Woodstock 94, and the previously unreleased live in Barcelona from June 1994.
I said they were offering some swag that included like actual Dookie dog poop bags.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Robert Plant's band, Saving Grace, is going to tour the UK in November. They formed in 2019. No mention yet if the tour will cross into America, but it's one to keep an eye out for since they are going to do that.
I wish we do in concert older stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't really dive into that anymore. Saving Grace also announced their first ever single release, As I Roved Out. Although the wording of the post online has changed, as of now, the song is only available to those who buy concert tickets. And then finally, as I mentioned this earlier this morning, MMR is going to broadcast the complete Bruce Springsteen show from March 16th earlier this year at the Wells Fargo Center tonight on the air at 7 p.m. as just a little bit of something that we can take from the fact that these shows have been...
Hi, this is Bruce Springsteen. I'm having trouble pooping, so I won't be able to do the show live. Enjoy WMMR's concert playback.
Oh, he did a promo for us. I had no idea.
And enjoy that pretzel pizza crust.
So it's to ease the pain of the 2 postponed shows. So
yes.
It'll be tonight at 7 o'clock.
You had an email earlier, Preston, from some a gentleman and his son flew in from Hawaii.
Yes. Yep.
So I'm so glad that they're doing this.
And also, don't forget that this weekend, it's a Greta Van Fleet weekend. Mm-hmm. Listen for all their best songs this weekend and your chance to call in and win tickets with MMR's Weekend Warriors. And we are actually going to have Word of the Week prize next week. That's a pair of floor tickets, backstage passes, and a guitar signed by the band. Pretty sweet deal. Yeah, so Greta Fleet weekend here on MMR all weekend long. And that's the last item I have. In music news, we have a final break to take. We're going to do that. Come back in a second and give away our Word of the Week prize and hand it over to Pierre. We'll be back in a second.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Here we go. So, question number 7. Where was Preston's band The Image playing the night of Hawk's 21st birthday?
Steve.
I'm going to go Litchfield.
Litchfield, Illinois, at Ken's Lounge?
Nope. Preston?
Party Town in Bonne Terre, Missouri.
No.
Wow.
Chet?
I'm going to say it's the place in Soulard Press. What's the name of that?
Yes.
The old
I just sent you the
schoolhouse.
picture of it.
Yeah, you did. It was an Irish name place. No.
No, incorrect. What we have here is ZBT House. I assume it's Zeta Beta.
Oh, my God. In
At
Columbia.
Mizzou.
That was his birthday that night?
This is from Hawk himself, so I'm assuming that's
God.
correct.
You all had the same reaction to that.
That was
Okay,
an
explain.
insane night.
There is a much deeper story.
That was a crazy
Please do
night.
tell.
We didn't go to the party.
Uh-huh.
You were too busy fouling a couch?
We walked. Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
walked in and surveyed and walked out.
Wait, let me explain without saying. When you guys went in, didn't you think it was like raining inside or something like that?
There was
or it was
funny
snowing or
the walls
something.
were kind of doing things.
We may have been delving into
Yeah.
some hallucinogenics at the time.
So you thought it was raining inside and the walls were bending?
Mushrooms are
Yeah.
healthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we were hired to play at this fraternity ZBT, which they said stood for Zibong Team. They were the Jewish house.
Yeah.
The
guys
Jewish
at
house?
The Jewish house said all our answers were wrong.
Zits, butts, and teas is what I heard.
Okay, that's
Tits,
better.
butts, and tees.
And so it was just, I mean, you're playing at a frat house. It's
Yeah.
as party as you can possibly get. And these guys were staying at a hotel room because they wanted to be there for the party because they were living in St. Louis. Columbia's a couple hours away.
All right.
And so we were waiting for them to show up, and they never showed up. Well, it turns out they tripped, and they
They showed up. That was it. All right.
We
couldn't leave.
We got to get out of here. We have to leave right
Can't
now.
see my hand, man. All right. So we had no winners on that. Next question. And this was just referenced, actually. What was the nickname given to the, quote, crappy Litchfield Motel?
Okay, now this is
Preston.
going to sound terrible. All right?
All right.
But it was the Haji Inn. Am I right?
That is correct. And this is
It was called the Motel 66 Court.
okay.
And there should have been a sign for Steve there about the jazz on the beds because a lot happened there.
Really?
Not mine.
So if you were to still
Not
bring
you.
one of those infrared lights or those blue lights,
Yeah. You could ring it out.
it looked like a Jackson Pollock.
Yeah.
All right, so the Haji Inn.
Yeah, so I got that one right.
All right,
All
yes.
right. Well, congratulations to Rick. Rick, you've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale. That would be today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Pre-sale began yesterday. You don't even worry about that because it's over.
All right, gentlemen.
Yes.
This one, when we actually reviewed this question, we laughed out loud at this. How did Steve earn the nickname Sterno? Preston.
You're not going to answer that?
I know it.
You didn't buzz in.
No, you got it.
All right. Steve used to light his farts all the time. And it was a little blue flame that would come out, and it reminded us of the sterno that you see, which is the liquid, the canned heat that you put underneath of little banquets, chafing dishes and whatnot to heat them up. So that's how he got the nickname Sterno.
We have here by lighting farts in nylon pants, which caused them to burn away. Did that actually happen?
I don't remember that.
The old nylon shorts. We may have had malfunction here or there.
Okay, all right. All right, but that is correct.
Thank
So,
you.
Yes. Another winner from Preston.
All right, so that is Jim has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial, and you can give the gift of relaxation. Father's Day is on Sunday, by the way, with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, two of my closest friends are here, Steve and Chet, and the gang has come up with these trivia questions from my past that they're asking to give you some prizes this morning.
Absolutely.
So
And
here we
Nick
go.
is keeping score. Nick, where do we stand right now?
I don't know how many questions you've read, Steve, but the score right now is Preston 3, Steve 2, Cheston 0.
All right. Maybe it changes with this question. What was the name of the full-sized arcade game at Hawk and Clearman's apartment? Who got it in first?
That's me.
Yeah.
Robotron.
That is correct.
There you go.
Never heard of that
Robotron.
game.
Was this a full arcade game?
Yep.
I don't know that
absolutely.
game.
It's a great game.
Okay.
2 joysticks. You're the last. You're trying to save humanity from the robots, and I love it. Still play it. I have it on my arcade game at home.
Cool.
All right, very cool.
All right, well, we've just given our winner, and our winner is Laurie, our final Hand and Stone gift card, which is good for a free massage or facial. Be sure to give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th. handandstone.com.
By the way, I just got a text from Sandy. Actually, it was at Patty's house where you weren't supposed to jazz on Nan's couch.
It was a nice couch.
Yeah.
All right. We have a few more questions. And by the way, we understand that a number of your friends are listening on line right now. Preston.
I put out a little Facebook video.
All right,
so.
all right.
And they can watch it too, by the way. We have the webcam up and running, so you can go to WMR.com and watch the hijinks.
All right.
All right. Question here. The night Steve slid off the road into Hunter Farm's fence, who was the girl in the front seat? All right, Steve.
That would be the aforementioned Patty.
That is correct. So explain. Sliding off the road.
Sliding off the road.
By the way, how often did we see sections of that fence missing?
Every weekend.
All the time. I mean, this thing, it was white picket fence.
Yeah.
And it was down an embankment. And you would it was no big thing to drive by and go, yep, they took out 2 sections of it again.
What,
Did you?
In fact, I
You
drove by one night. It was me and I forgot who else was in the car with me. And we saw, it was at night.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we see headlights in the woods. And we're like, there shouldn't be a car down there. And we stopped, and sure enough, there was a section of the fence taken off. This guy had blown through it, and his car went all the way down in the woods.
He was driving around the woods.
We picked him up and took him over to St. Luke's. Is that the one that was
I
close
think
by?
I was with you. Got it.
Was that you?
I think I was with you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Was that the one you took a whole bunch of the fence from? Or was
fence
it a
you
chain
took
link
out?
fence?
No, well, there was a chain link fence, and then there was another one over by, what was the park up the street on...
Faust?
What?
Faust?
Yeah, Faust Park. I took out a section of that one time, too.
It was Steve's brother's car, too.
It wasn't even my car, and we were just lightly snowing and just came around the corner and high fence.
Okay.
But when the one at Faust Park, when I took that out, it was Danny was in the backyard, Craig Schrader or in the back seat. Craig Schrader was in the front, and we're getting ready to turn into it. And Danny goes, "Press, put it low and floor it." And I did, and I spun a 180, and I took out that fence. And my dad was none too happy about that. We were just talking about Green Day, 93.3 WMMR and Basket Case, 10:39 Friday morning. Coming to the end of the work week. It has been a no sad bro day. Let's make it a no sad bro weekend. That's generally what we like to do, is string that vibe throughout the weekend if we can. Today has been another fun program.
It was.
I would like to thank our new friend Bo Johnson for being here. Bo's going to be at Punchline, and he was a super nice guy. He was extremely low key.
Yes.
He had such a soothing voice. Like I was almost hypnotized when we were talking to him. But he's very, very funny, and he's going to be at Punchline through the weekend, so it was cool to hang out and meet with him. And thank you to Casey and Kyle, because they went and got us the Pretzel Factory pretzel pizza, which is now available. They have it only in one location at Mayfair, and we purchased it. We went and bought it.
We purchased the pretzel pizza.
Yep, and there is cheese, Pierre. I think that's a cheese one, if you want to try it. And it's made from pretzel crust. So it's just kind of a little bit different. And it's actually, I found that the pizza itself tastes kind of like
conventional
regular pizza till you get to the crust part of it.
Right.
And then you're like, boom.
I could see doing the not only the crust, but the entire pizza itself with pretzeled bread.
Yeah.
That's what because they're pretzel rolls that are a little,
Wait, you can see doing what?
So is the entire crust of the pizza pretzel?
No, I think I thought just the top one. But you're saying that like salty crust, do it throughout the pizza.
I think the whole thing is all the same crust, because it said it was made from the flour that they use for the pretzels. But the way that it's baked with all the stuff on top, you don't really get that pretzel thing except for the exposed
Until the end.
Whatever it is, it's good.
It's tasty stuff. So, yeah. How you doing, man?
Good.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's Friday, so, bro.
So, bro.
And, dude, the Springsteen thing's going to happen tonight.
It is going to happen, yeah.
That's great.
We confirmed it yesterday afternoon. I did a vinyl cut of Bruce, did Jersey Girl, which is a great song. And Chuck came in and said, we're a go. So we were going to do it at 7:30. For some reason, they moved it to 7. I think 8 would be better, but don't ask me about time. So we're going to do it at 7, and it will be the entire concert from March 16th, which still will play out to be about 10 hours. So, I mean, yeah. So
it'll end at 10.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Nice. Well, that's cool. I'm happy that's going to happen.
It's going to be 10 hours.
All right. We're getting into the 8th hour now.
But you know,
I don't feel so good.
I saw him at the ballpark, not the last tour, I think the tour before that. And at one point, at the end of the show, he sat on the drum riser and took his boots off and turned them upside down and squeezed them, and a gallon of water came out.
Oh, my God. Great.
Sounds delicious.
Of sweat, yeah. And Kathy was there to take care of that. She loved that. I don't know. Anyway.
Loved it.
No, thanks.
You love Smelly Boots, don't you?
Oh, my God.
Smelly Boots sold more albums than the Beatles in Pakistan.
I don't know.
I'm not a smelly boot fan, Pierre. I know that confuses you, but I'm
Just
not.
checking.
Okay.
All right. Let's give away our prize. Ready?
Yo!
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
D, as in dog.
All right, D as in dog. And we'll take caller number 7. All right, at 215-263 WMMR. You need to know what the word is. Caller number 7, 215-263 WMMR. What's up on your show today? What are you looking for?
You're right over here.
He's looking at the word that he's created.
Well, a letter got put here that I don't think is the right letter. But I think the word is going to be right.
Yeah.
I think on my little sheet, the letter is incorrect.
Okay.
So it's going to be fine.
Yeah,
we'll find out.
It's all good.
We'll find
Just
out.
stay with me. Eyes, your tour guide.
You a mom.
You a mom.
I am. So on the program, we'll have a block of Sublime, because Sublime with Rome will be Sunday evening over at the Camden thing. And also we'll have a Greta Van Fleet weekend. So we're going to do a block of Greta Van Fleet to prime the pump for that. And a request for Shine Down today. So we'll do Shine Down. We'll also do a few Bruce tracks here and there to prime the pump. So stay with us.
A lot of priming.
A lot of priming.
All right, we're going to the phones. We're going to caller number 7. It's Sean. Hi there, Sean.
Dude, are you kidding me?
No, you are the 7th caller, but in order to win the prize, we need that word. So
I can't really read. I got to sound out the word, and it is road. R-O-A-D. Road.
Great day in the morning.
there it is. Sean, you got it, my man. We're going to set you up. Yeah. We're going to give you a pair of premium tickets for night 1 of WWE WrestleMania 40, brother.
Oh, man. This is like my 8-year-old son, dude. I'm so freaking happy.
Oh, he's going to have an awesome time.
He's excited.
All right, Sean, wait a minute. Let me ask you, is this the best day of your life?
This is absolutely the second best day of my life because my son was the first. But
No
We'll
mention of
take
the
it.
wife.
We'll take it. All right, buddy. Hang on the line, Sean. We'll get your info. We're going to set you up Saturday, April 6th, Lincoln Financial Field. You can witness your favorite superstars from Monday Night Raw, Friday Night SmackDown, undisputed WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, Bianca Belair, World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins, and Becky Lynch. Tickets for both nights, April 6th and 7th, are on sale right now. They went on sale about 45 minutes ago. Ticketmaster. So do that right now, and there you go. Congratulations. All right, we will thank the sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you by Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also, Trinity Rehab locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Next week on the program, I am excited. We will have on this show, for real, Sting will be joining us. How cool. Pretty incredible. Never talked to Sting, always wanted to talk to Sting. Paula Poundstone will be on the program, and we have a couple of birthdays coming up.
Yes, we do.
Marissa and Kathy.
Wow.
I was like, whose birthday?
All right, so that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.